Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 6th Annual National Day of Racial Healing. My name is Sharon Stroy, the Director for the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center at Rutgers University, Newark. The National Day of Racial Healing was originated by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation in 2016 underneath the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation efforts. These efforts serve as a community and national-based process to determine and bring about transformational and sustainable change, in addition to talking about the historic and contemporary effects of racism in U.S. history today. On this day, hundreds of communities, organizations, municipalities, friends, and family have all come together to host activities and programs discussing equity, equality, and our shared humanity. Before we get started, our events for today, I would like to take this time to offer a land acknowledgement and a labor acknowledgement. The person providing us with a land acknowledgement today is Donna Walker Kuhn, Senior Advisor for Community Engagement at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center. Donna.
Thank you. The language that we're using for this land acknowledgement was created with consultation and guidance from Chief Dwayne Perry of the Ramapo Lenape Munsee tribe and Oleana Whispering Dove of the Eastern Tezaki Algonquin descendant. And we're grateful to them for their generosity, wisdom, and labor to craft these words. We, the Lenape, original benefactors of land once ripened and cultivated with attentiveness to the Creator and her ascendancy, express everlasting gratitude to our Creator for the traditional, ancestral jurisdictions of the Munsee, Esopus, Canarsie, Capsee, Werpos, Silvernoy, and Weekasqueak, jointly known today as the Ramapo and Nanticoke Lenape. We are the Lenape Hoking today and will be for the remaining days of tomorrow, keepers of the past. Let this moment of recognition be a monument of action. Let it be the beginning of hope for this our Turtle Island and for the Ramapo Lenape, the Munsee people of whose land we now trod. Here on this land, in this place of the Munsee, we acknowledge our debt to those who have come before us, to those who have been denigrated and suffered for the sake of cultural and land appropriation. Let this, our land acknowledgement, be the beginning of our return to unity. Let us be guardians of the water, the air, and the earth, the four-legged, the flyers, the swimmers, the crawlers, the mammal people, and the green. Let us now stand lifting our humanity, enrapturing with Earth's consciousness as guardians of harmony and kindness. This acknowledgement demonstrates our ongoing commitment as a community, working to dismantle the continued legacies of colonialism, oppression, and systemic racism. We offer a pledge of social justice awakening and education in order to raise the level of awareness and to ultimately strengthen the communal fabric, which includes our engagement with our indigenous neighbors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donna. We must acknowledge that much of what we know of this country today, including its culture, economic growth, and development throughout history and across time, has been made possible by the labor of enslaved Africans and their ascendants who suffered the horror of the transatlantic trafficking of their people, chattel slavery, and Jim Crow. We are indebted to their labor and their sacrifice, and we must acknowledge the tremors of the violence throughout the generations and the resulting impact that can still be felt and witnessed today. We at Rutgers University have acknowledged that 66 enslaved people were auctioned off for sale to Philip Livingston, the founder of Queens College, the precursor name before it was named Rutgers College after Henry Rutgers, another family who owned enslaved people. Those enslaved people built the campuses and served the faculty and students without compensation. Thank you. Today, the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center at Rutgers University, Newark is one of 55 TRHT campus centers across the country. Rutgers University, Newark was one of the inaugural 10 campus centers to dispel the myth of hierarchy of human value. What it means is each campus center is designed to create its own strategic plan on how they are going to create the next generation of leaders to dismantle institutional and structural racism. Institutions like Brown, Duke, the University of Hawaii in Manoa, the Citadel, Austin Community College, University of Maryland in Baltimore County, colleges all across the country are currently engaging in activities, programs to recognize the National Day of Racial Healing. We at Rutgers University, Newark is designed to create programs that leverage resources with the city of Newark, the state of New Jersey, institutions, corporations, nonprofit agencies, artists, and individuals to create programming that fosters a place of our shared humanity. And what does that mean? That means we all have more in common than we do different. And it is through a process of storytelling in a safe, brave, and responsible space that we come together to recognize that we do have more in common. The thing that we use is called a racial healing circle. A racial healing circle is an opportunity for people from diverse backgrounds to come together and share their stories. The Association of American Colleges and Universities are the project manager for the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Campus Centers. We are honored today to officially launch a new video explaining what a racial healing circle is. I would like to share this video with you.
That America needs now. The idea of bringing people together in circles to foster the capacity to empathize, to see ourselves in the face of the other.
We are currently in some challenging times. One of the key components of participating in a racial healing circle in this particular time is for people to realize that they are not alone.
Dr. Gail Christopher, who invented this methodology, really went step by step and deliberately to create an environment where people can interact with each other in a safe environment. And so we start off very slow. We start off with introductions, and then we set some touchstones of ways that we're going to agree to interact with each other. And then after that, we get together in pairs or trios, and we just interact and share stories with each other. And nothing that the facilitator asks participants to do that the facilitator doesn't also do. So the design is everything.
It is a conversation about humanity. It is a conversation about people. It is a conversation about us.
I feel the value of participating in a racial healing circle is really steeped to three major words: confidence, courageousness, and then community. It's the value of being part of a community, being able to express yourself fully, and to have the confidence to do so.
We bring a level of preparation, we bring a level of reflection, and we bring a level of maturity to this process that then invites others to do the same.
Because your story is my story, and my story can potentially be your story. It is the Racial Healing Circle and the dismantling of our belief system that will rebuild our community, our country, and our society. Today, you will have an opportunity to join us in a series of panel discussions, hearing from students sharing their stories about the pandemic, as well as concluding our day today with the healing sounds of Newark. But the National Day of Racial Healing did not come together by itself. I've been fortunate to have two of the most impactful, dedicated individuals to serve as my co-committee chairs for this day. I am fortunate to have Donna Walker-Kuhn from the New Jersey Performing Arts Center and Erica Nagel, who will talk about other programs that you will get a chance to share this week and for the rest of the month. Instead of just focusing on one day today, we decided to put together a series of programs from January 18th today until February 11th. But at this time, I would like to introduce my first committee co-chair, Donna Walker-Kuhn. Donna is an award-winning thought leader, writer, and strategist for community engagement, audience development, and social justice. She is president of Walker International Communications Group, a 30-year-old boutique marketing and services to numerous arts organizations throughout the world, and has generated over $22 million in earned income. She is also the senior advisor for diversity, equity, inclusion at New Jersey Performing Arts Center. Currently, her portfolio includes social justice initiatives and equity diversity workshops. She is a veteran of over 22 Broadway productions, and her nonprofit clients include Alvin Ailey Dance Theater, the New York State Council of the Arts, and the Seattle Theater Group. She is a lecturer and keynote presenter for international arts conferences in Moscow, Russia, Biotin, South Africa, and Australian arts conferences. She is an adjunct professor at the New York University and Columbia University. Her first book, Invitation to the Party, Building Bridges to Arts, Culture, and Community, was published in 2005, and her second book, Champions of the Arts, Lessons and Successful Strategies for Engaging Diverse Audiences, will be published this June. She has a weekly blog, Arts and Culture Connections, that explores cultural efforts to expand diverse audiences. It is my absolute pleasure to have such a strategic partner in this work, Donna Walker-Kuhn.
Thank you, Sharon. It has been nothing but joy working together with you and Erica and the team to build the awareness for this important initiative. On behalf of New Jersey Performing Arts Center, I am pleased to be able to speak with all of you today to acknowledge this critically important event. And I'm so honored that we are participating in this racial healing effort as a path forward. And in the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King, he assured us that we can create the kind of racial equity that we dream of. So I'm looking forward to the conversations and performances later on today that will celebrate racial healing. This is the first year that NJPAC will be participating in the National Day of Racial Healing, and it's through our work with Rutgers University, Newark, and Sharon that I became aware of it. And it fits perfectly with our journey of developing a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're committed to this year's theme of racial healing in action, and we'll be joining a collective of New Jersey artists in this program called the Creating Change Network, which my colleague Erica will be speaking more about. But for over 2 years, NJPAC has been engaged in social justice events in a program called Standing in Solidarity, which we launched shortly after the murder of George Floyd. We stand in solidarity with those fighting against structural racism, societal inequity, and police brutality, and for civil rights, multiculturalism, and authentic inclusion. Our goal is to bring our communities together and to encourage everyone to take part in the movement to ensure civil rights for all. NJPAC has launched a series of events and initiatives focused on promoting racial equality. As the state's cultural arts center and an anchor institution in Newark, we wanted to be responsive to the need to disrupt racism. Standing in Solidarity, sponsored by PSE&G, is a monthly series that pairs a film with a panel discussion on social justice topics. We've presented over 20 of these events covering topics such as voting, white fragility, policing the police, Black women in business, colorism, reparations, immigration, and this month, our topic will be environmental justice and health. Each panel discussion offers clear tips on action to take forward. Each panel discussion offers clear tips on actions to take towards transforming our communities. And our Social Justice Planning Committee has also participated in the Racial Healing Circle that was facilitated by Sharon. NJPAC will be participating in this year's Racial Healing in Action through sharing our entire YouTube playlist of Standing in Solidarity social justice panel discussions. We look forward to our continued participation, confident that these efforts will build a culture of inclusion and equity in the arts sector for Newark, the state, and beyond. I am now pleased to introduce my partner in crime and a true advocate for building equity, diversity, and inclusion in our arts and cultural organizations. Erica Nagel. Erica is a nationally known arts administrator with over 15 years of experience combining theater, education, and social justice. As the Deputy Director of New Jersey's Theater Alliance, she serves as a strategic partner to the Executive Director in the work of supporting, promoting, and cultivating New Jersey's professional theater community. Before joining the Theater Alliance, Erica worked at McCarter Theater Center for 8 years as the Director of Education and Engagement, and then Director of Creative Development and Strategy. She's taught courses in community-based performances, play development, and theater history at Princeton University, Texas A&M, and within the SUNY system. She was honored to participate in the Theater Communications Group New Generations program and the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Institute, and will be part of the upcoming 2022 Leadership New Jersey class. Erica holds a BA from Washington University in St. Louis and an MFA in Performance as Public Practice from the University of Texas, Austin. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you so much, Donna, and good morning, everyone. I have to say it's such an enormous honor to speak alongside one of my longtime professional heroes, Donna Walker-Kuhn. Her book, Invitation to the Party, forever shifted my thinking and practice as an arts administrator, and I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to partner together on our work to move the arts field forward in New Jersey. Thank you also to one of my new professional heroes, Sharon Stroy, for inviting me here to be part of this wonderful event today, and for being such an exceptional leader and role model in the work of racial healing and transformation. As Donna said, my name is Erica Nagel, and I'm the Deputy Director for New Jersey Theater Alliance, which is a statewide service organization dedicated to uniting, promoting, supporting, and cultivating New Jersey's professional theater community. Offering opportunities for theaters to learn, grow, and lead in the work of equity, access, and justice is essential to our work. As part of this commitment, we're proud to partner with Art Pride New Jersey to host the Creating Change Network, a cross-disciplinary initiative advised and led by leaders in arts, culture, and social justice sectors in New Jersey. As we mark this National Day of Racial Healing, I'm thrilled to highlight the many ways that the arts community in New Jersey will participate. The Creating Change Network, in partnership with the Center for Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation at Rutgers Newark, has curated a fantastic lineup of in-person and online events between now and February 11th. From visual arts exhibits to intergenerational sing-alongs, dance performances to original works of theater, all of these events use the arts to explore this year's theme of healing in action. We're grateful to the Grunin Foundation, whose generous support of this and all activities of the Creating Change Network this year allowed the network to offer financial resources to each of these events so that the artists involved could be compensated for their labor, expertise, and artistry. You can see a beautiful webpage put together by our friends at Art Pride listing all of the participating events at www.jerseyarts.com/NDORH. And before I pass the virtual mic, I'd love to take a brief moment to tell you about two other initiatives of the Creating Change Network. First, the network offers monthly roundtables on issues related to equity, access, and justice in the arts. These virtual events are open to any artist, arts student, arts educator, or arts administrator in the state, and they feature guest experts and peer-to-peer learning. Our next roundtable will take place later this week, January 20th, and will focus on maintaining joy and avoiding burnout in the work of equity and justice. In late March, the Creating Change Network will also offer an in-person summit focused on accountability. Through guest speakers and facilitated peer working groups, participants will connect with transparency and solidarity about progress at their organizations and work together to create new tools and processes for continued action. You can learn more about the free virtual roundtables and the in-person summit at www.njtheateralliance.org/creatingchange. I often say that the arts are an engine of empathy. And if you are an arts professional in New Jersey, I hope you know that your work is incredibly important to illuminating the truth of our history and present moment, building new narratives, and most of all, imagining a better world. I'm so grateful to Sharon Stroy and the Center for Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation at Rutgers Newark for recognizing the arts as a partner in this work for justice and for inviting the arts community to be part of this very important day. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. As always, it is a pleasure to work with phenomenal people. The theme, Healing in Action, Impact and Integration. How do we integrate healing into the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion? How do we integrate healing into all of our organizations, communities, corporations, friends, family, and especially communities? The TRHT Center at Rutgers Newark, the goal is to create the next generation of strategic leaders. The next generation is our students, our young people, the children. So as someone who has mentored hundreds of students, it becomes even more important that we have young people at the planning table. So my pleasure is to introduce our next speaker. Rosalind Mensah Bonting is a first-generation Ghanaian professional and scholar aspiring to have an impact in public service. She holds a bachelor's degree in political science from Rutgers University, New Brunswick, School of Arts and Sciences. She graduated from college in 2014 and is part of the Educational Opportunity Fund Scholar, a member of the Chi Alpha Epsilon, National Honor Society, and a Douglas Residential College Scholar. She began her MPA coursework at Rutgers University, Newark, in the School of Public Affairs and Administration in the fall of 2019. She currently serves as the SPA Student Ambassador Program Coordinator. She was one of the inaugural members of the SPA Student Ambassador Program. She has continued to work and fulfill her role with dedication and energy. She believes in supporting the communities, the activities, marketing, recruiting, and fundraising for the School of Public Affairs and Administration. She has worked full-time while attending graduate school part-time. She currently works as the Assistant Program Director for the Boys and Girls Club of Newark, a youth nonprofit organization that provides hundreds of children in Newark a variety of programs, opportunities, and safe spaces to promote healthy habits, healing in action. It is my pleasure to introduce Rosalind Mensa Boating.
Hello, thank you, Director Shroy. Welcome, everyone. As Dr. Shroy mentioned, I am a SPA Ambassador Program Coordinator at the School of Public Affairs and Administration. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts, my remarks on today's theme of healing for today's events. So, as a SPA ambassador, I serve as an advocate on behalf of my peers to advance our academic and professional interests and improve services for all students across all of our academic programs. Being a student is just one of the many aspects of our lives, whether we are traditional or non-traditional students, on campus or online students. In relation to the theme for today's program, healing, impact, and integration, prioritizing the needs of our diverse student population first provides a sense of belonging and value for all of us. When students are confident that the resources and services of the academic institution meets their needs and adequately prepares them to face and overcome challenges they may face after completing their education, they can be successful and productive in society. By integrating the skills they have learned in school, combined with their unique experiences to make the most impact as leaders in their communities and beyond. Thank you. And now I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker and read his bio. I will introduce Dr. Charles Menefield, who is the Dean of the School of Public Affairs and Administration. Dr. Charles E. Menefield is the Dean of the School of Public Affairs and Administration at Rutgers University, New Brunswick. Rutgers University, Newark. His research interest lies primarily in the areas of budgeting and financial management, public health and welfare, and policing, and other areas including public management, financial information systems, financial education, and public administration education. He has 2 books on minority politics and 2 books on public budgeting and financial management. His current research examines factors that impact police killings. Dr. Menefield served on the Executive Council of the Network of Schools of Public Policy Affairs and Administration, or NASPA, the Commission on Peer Review and Accreditation, as president of the International Conference on Local Government, and on editorial boards including Public Administration Review, Journal of Public Budgeting, Accounting and Financial Management, Journal of Health and Human Services Administration, and the Journal of Public Affairs Education. An award-winning teacher and author, he is a former Ronald E. McNair Scholar, and in spring 2016 won the Missouri University Faculty Achievement Award in Diversity. He is a fellow in the National Academy of Public Administration, also known as NAPA. He has twice been a visiting scholar at the Congressional Budget Office in Washington, D.C., where he did extensive research on state implementation of the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP. Prior to working in Washington, he was an associate professor of political science and public administration at Mississippi State University and an assistant professor at Murray State University. Dean Menefield came to Rutgers from the University of Missouri, Columbia, where he was an associate dean for academic programs at the Harry S. Truman School of Public Affairs since 2013 and professor since 2012. Prior to that, he was at the University of Memphis for 9 years, where he was a professor and associate professor and served as the director of the Public and Nonprofit Administration Program. I now welcome Dr. Charles Menefield.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Chancellor Nancy Cantor and the School of Public Affairs and Administration, I am humbled and honored to welcome you to the 6th Annual National Day of Racial Healing at Rutgers University, Newark. We are delighted that you've taken time out of your schedule today to join us. As you've already heard, the theme of the conference is Healing in Action, Impact, and Integration. Healing is required when someone is recovering from an injury. That injury could be physical or it could be emotional. In today's society, we see both. Organizations such as Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation campus centers around the country hold activities throughout the year to aid us in the psychological trauma that has been inflicted on so many of our brethren in the country. As you know, COVID-19 has highlighted many of the injustices that we have been aware of for many years. This includes economic injustice, healthcare, housing, employment, food security, and the list goes on. That is exactly why we need university-based centers such as this to train the next generation of strategic thinkers, excuse me, and break down the racial hierarchies that exist in our society and eliminate these injuries. As one of the first 10 universities to start a center, we're excited to continue in this fine work. Our goal is not only to support the mission of the center, but to grow it by supporting existing Rutgers University and citywide initiatives to promote equitable growth and to effectively respond to economic and social disparities that proliferate in our communities. If you have the time to listen to the well-prepared portions of the conference today, you will undoubtedly be enriched with the presentations, as they will aid you in bringing about positive change in your community. In harmony of the season, I also would like to end my welcome with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He said, "Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through struggle. And so we must straighten our backs and work for our freedom. A man can't ride you unless your back is bent." So if you want to see change, it will not be handed to you on a silver platter, as it requires effort and endurance. So keep your back straight as we move forward in the struggle to bring about racial healing. Let's do so with purpose, dignity, and honor. Thank you for your time and attention this morning. Now I will introduce our Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Sheila Oliver. Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver is a self-described Jersey girl, born and raised in an ethnically diverse Newark neighborhood. Lieutenant Governor Oliver was inspired as a young girl to be a fighter for the voiceless when her eyes were open to social injustices and inequities around her, often citing A Tale of Two Cities as her youth awakening. She has since pioneered a successful career in public service, advocating for social justice, women's equality, and education, ultimately becoming the first woman of color to serve in a statewide elected office in New Jersey. In addition to her role as Lieutenant Governor, she serves as Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs, where she has led efforts to strengthen and expand initiatives for fair and affordable housing, community revitalization, homeless prevention, and local government services that support New Jersey's 565 municipalities. A trailblazer in every sense of the word, in 2010, she became the first African-American woman in state history to serve as Assembly Speaker, and just the second in the nation to lead a state legislative house. A proud alumna of the Newark public school system, Lieutenant Governor Oliver graduated cum laude from Lincoln University and received her Master of Science degree in Community Organization, Planning, and Administration from Columbia University. She is a 40-plus year resident of East Orange, New Jersey, where she treasures her time with her 94-year-old mother, who has always encouraged her to be a critical thinker while fostering her passion for helping people through effective public policy. Lieutenant Governor Oliver.
I was so pleased to be asked to join Rutgers University's Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Centers program today to kick off the 6th annual National Day of Racial Healing. As I reflect on what we have been through these past couple years between the ongoing pandemic and a racial awakening throughout our country, it feels good to know that the center is doing the important work of engaging the public in truly meaningful discourse that results in positive and measurable change in our society. This year's theme of healing in action, impact, and integration is pertinent because it is one thing to say that you are promoting equity and access, but it is an entirely different thing to strategically and systematically act on those words. The center is acting through this National Day of Racial Healing and the many other events and forums you hold throughout the year. Your initiatives help to transform societal perceptions and break down racial barriers to create impactful and lasting racial and social justice. Governor Murphy and I commend you for broadening the path for racial healing and equity in New Jersey through this incredible program you have planned this week. By helping people examine their humanity and look beyond their own racial groups and identities, we can begin to chip away bias and break down the issues of equity and access that divide us. I wish you the best in your racial healing journey as you participate in exciting programs, workshops, art exhibitions, and racial healing circles that will bring a greater awareness to what racial healing really means and to advance racial equity in New Jersey. With that, I would like to leave you with an excerpt from the great Maya Angelou's poem, I Rise. She wrote, "Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise into a daybreak that's wondrously clear. I rise bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise."
We want to thank Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver for taking the time out of her busy schedule to extend remarks. As a matter of fact, today, Governor Murphy and Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver will be participating in their inauguration events for the second term of the leadership for the state of New Jersey. I also want to thank Dean Charles Menfield and Rosalind for providing us with inspiring remarks. As you are engaging with us today, I want to outline the rest of our activities for today. We know everyone is busy, that they have a hectic schedule, and we're sensitive to that. So join us today at 12 o'clock for the panel discussion, Public Engagement and Healing, Measuring and Sustainability. You will have an opportunity to hear from professionals within Rutgers University, Newark, from the city of Newark and throughout the state of New Jersey on how they engage their communities. They will talk about the impact that they have with these communities as well. There are so many heroes in our communities every day. And when you get a chance to hear their stories about the work that they're doing, you will be just as impressed as I was and honored to have them to participate in this day's theme, Healing in Action, Impact and Integration. Later on today at 2 p.m., you will hear from students from Rutgers, students from other institutions in the tri-state area. The panel discussion are student stories from the pandemic, managing my healing. Some of the most impacted individuals in these past 2 years with COVID-19 that we have witnessed has been our students that were finishing their senior year in a virtual format, students who then started their first year of college in a virtual format, not being able to engage in what is the full college experience. So it really becomes important for us as administrators, faculty, and staff to hear their voices. How can we help connect them? How can we re-engage them, not just from a virtual platform, but also in person in a safe manner? Because yes, we are still dealing with the impact of the COVID coronavirus. We're still dealing with the impact of people being safe. But if we don't make sure that we hear from our students, the next generation, and make sure that the conversation is inclusive of all voices and all stories, then we cannot heal together as a community. We will then end the day at 6 p.m. with the Healing Sounds of Newark. The Healing Sounds of Newark is the birth child coming out of the Honors Living Learning Community, HLLC at Rutgers University, Newark. The HLLC community are where students are being revolutionized to be the change agents, to be the social justice mavericks, to come together, not just based on their SAT scores and their grades, but based on their passion, their purpose, and the desire to change. These students, under the leadership of Dean Timothy Eatman, came together to form a spoken word and musical event that is such an honor and a privilege to be able to hear them perform, be creative, and share their voices and their stories in a series of spoken word. I'm extremely excited and looking forward to this evening. The National Day of Racial Healing always closes with a student-led performance. Be prepared to be engaged and entertained and enjoy, and not just their words, but their themes and their messages. This now brings us to conclusion of our opening session of the sixth-day National Day of Racial Healing at Rutgers University, Newark. For those that please come back at noon, but while we are taking a break, you'll have the opportunity to watch some videos about how this foundation started, how we started, and the framework for truth, racial healing, and transformation. For those that cannot stay, enjoy the rest of your day. Please follow us on our website, trhtnewark.com. The Day of Racial Healing that is being led by Soledad O'Brien in Washington, D.C., and all of the other 55 TRHT campus centers across the country. Thank you. You'll now be engaged with one of our first videos, and I'll offer some commentary about each video at the end.
to breaking down barriers and building better understanding. It's one of only 10 schools in America to establish a Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Campus Center.
We acknowledge that being a diverse institution sitting in a diverse city is not enough, and that we must actively engage in the messy and difficult work that is truth and racial healing. We recognize that for healing to occur, the wrongs of the past must be acknowledged, including the role of the United States Academy, which also includes Rutgers University, Newark, in aiding and abetting ideologies and structures of racial hierarchy.
The Association of American Colleges and Universities developed the concept with grants from foundations, eager to have communities confront racism everywhere it lives and lurks, including at the university.
We're still dealing with a narrative that we have to undo, right?
When you build systems, you inadvertently destroy others.
Newark Mayor Ras Baraka welcomed the center's ambitious goal to deliver healing through programs.
There is a kind of psychosis and sickness that has been created and has permeated every institution in this country because of white supremacy being the structure that undergirded the development of this nation. The history of this nation, most powerful nation in the world, has been supported economically, educationally, socially by a system that made some people believe that they were superior simply because of their characteristics, their physical characteristics and their birth, and other people believe that they're inferior.
The center has partners, one its neighbor, the Newark Public Library.
I will say that our role, now perhaps more than ever, is to advocate and agitate, to assist and resist.
And the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice.
I think if this country needs anything, it needs at this moment more truth. It needs more racial healing, and it certainly needs more transformation. And the work that we do with the Institute for Social Justice really thinks about how, to the mayor's point, how to transform systems that advance racial inequality.
The Campus Center says it's way past time for a conversation like this, but from a national perspective, is America ready for a conversation like this? Celia King is the CEO of Leadership Newark.
I certainly think we're ripe for the conversation. I also think that we always start the conversation and never get to the second part of it. So I'm going to say that it will take a while.
King says it's a benefit that an anchor institution such as Rutgers will help lead the conversation, one of what will eventually be on 150 campuses. In Newark, Michael Hill, NJTV News.
AAC&U launched the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Campus Centers, a partnership with the W.K. Kellogg Foundation and Newman's Own Foundation.
A multi-year, multi-pronged effort on 10 college and university campuses across the country.
What we hope to do is to ensure that by the end of this project, we have 150 centers across the country committed to embarking on a shared endeavor around jettisoning a hierarchy of human value.
We brought together a group of committed individuals to really take time and think about how we're going to heal as a nation.
Brown students are pretty brave and amazingly creative, and this grant enables us to do things that we've been dreaming of, and to say thank you is too little.
We really feel fortunate to be in the company of all the folks that are here this afternoon.
The sort of work that this grant is going to allow us to undertake fits squarely within what we have been aiming to do more of, and we couldn't be more happy to be here.
The heart of the effort is to challenge notions of human hierarchy, to take on systemic racism, to teach students, faculty, and staff new skills to engage in the kind of conversation and, frankly, the kind of work that will allow those campuses to become bastions of equity, bastions of racial healing, and equip them with the capacity to influence their communities and ultimately, we hope, influence the whole country.
Starting in our colleges and our universities with our next generation leaders is really the glue that will sustain this effort.
Before we can start creating new narratives, we need to understand what the narratives are, what the current narratives are. And so a big focus of our work is evidence. To understand what people on campus, the students, faculty, staff, administrators, think about the concept of race.
I was a student in the days of the Vietnam War and all the protests that were taking around the place of the country at that time. A lot of that change came from students, and very often it's grassroots, but more often than not, it helps to have a structure.
Some campus centers are developing plans that engage in intergroup dialogue. Others are working with community partners around policing, education, as it extends to K through 12, working on economic, social injustices. So each campus is allowed to develop their own program. What we're here to do is to guide them in the process and helping them thrive as centers.
Several years ago, a good friend of mine worked with me when I was the director for the Center for Excellence in Urban Teaching. You might know his name. His name was Phil Castile. And I watched him be killed on Facebook Live. And it was too much. Our children loved him. He was an incredible tutor, and I just felt that maybe one way I could honor my friend was to find out a little bit more about this. It was shortly thereafter that you announced that you were doing this work.
The framework for truth, racial healing, and transformation leads with narrative change, and then we look at racial healing and relationship building. The racial healing circles are an important part of actualizing that component of the framework. Symbolically, the circle sets aside the notion of hierarchy. There is a sense of being equal as well as connected. Within the experience of the healing circles, methodologies are used which allow for deep affirmation, deep listening, deep understanding of one another as human beings, and then sharing the insights that are gleaned from that understanding, which challenge your own biases.
My truth may not be your truth, but there's something where we can communicate with each other so that I may understand what your truth is, and I may appreciate and I can empathize and I can be part of your truth. I have to be willing to listen to what your truth actually is. Where I can understand and value you as a human being and value you as my friend, as a member of my community, of our community, then we can start to transform together. We can transform our circumstances, we can transform our history, we can transform our future. And that's something that we want to focus in on.
We hope that AACNU's vision of having this work come alive on every college and university campus in the country is exactly what's going to happen. This is just the beginning.
We want to see a society where equality is valued by everyone, where injustices are taken away to the extent that they can be, and that the world is very inclusive.
That's a society that I want my son to live in, that I want my family to be a part of, that I want all of us to be a part of. And with that focus on love instead of fear, then we really have an opportunity here to do something powerful.
So the healing work is the process of peeling back those layers of denial and coming face to face with our true humanity, coming face to face with our innate capacity to love one another truly as human beings.
Love has to be at the core of what we do. It's love for country, love for community, love for family. And above all, love for in the belief of what we can do together.
The Truth, Racial Healing and Transformation Enterprise is fundamentally created to engage people, to bring a level of discourse into this country that will bring people together as opposed to allowing the continued segregation that tears us apart.
when we sit together in circles, when we listen to each other, we begin to recognize that we're all one. Ultimately, we're all one. We're all on this planet trying to find our way, trying to understand how to be present, how to be alive, how to be the best people that we can.
Really what we're talking about is how do people see a wrong and with their own voice and vision and purpose fight to change it. And I think it starts with telling our own stories. Every story is impactful in some way, big or small. We need all of those to really get to where we all aspire to be.
A component of love is understanding. And in order to understand, you need to listen. And active listening is the best route.
Love is critical not only to art, love is critical to revolution. You know, Che Guevara once said, at the risk of sounding ridiculous, you can have no revolution without love. Love is where all revolutions begin.
So for me, TRHT is really about getting down to the work that we've needed to get down to for a very long time. But not just doing it from one sector or with one voice or one group of people, but a conversation about truth, and a conversation that leads to accountability, and a conversation that leads to healing, so that we might finally have both racial justice and racial equity in this country.
The best way to engage in the transformative power of racial healing is to ensure that we put ourselves not only in the shoes of another, but as Anna DeVere Smith enjoins us to do, to put ourselves in the words of others different from ourselves.
Truth is very important in the line of work of racial healing and racial equity. How do we right the wrongs in our systems, in our society? How do we heal from these wrongs if we don't face them as facts? How do you achieve solutions if you don't know what the problem is, if you don't recognize that there is a problem?
You are the ones who care. You are the ones who are taking care of the ones who are struggling out there. You're the ones that are making opportunities. And this is an opportunity for you to grow.
I believe that in order to change the narrative, we actually have to change the way people act and behave. Simply retelling a story is not what I think we mean by changing the narrative. I think what we mean is change and then tell the true story.
Narrative change is something that's so important in the way in which the work not only shows up, but how it's understood. The extent to which we frame things in what we call positive relativism versus then framing things in a negative standpoint gives people the encouragement, the hope, and the idea that they can actually change it.
You know, history is not just constructed by those who have the capacity to write great books and great treaties and great letters, but history is constructed every day by everyday people saying in their own voice with authenticity, this is who I am.
We can change narratives on a personal, institution, community level by starting with ourselves. It's so important for each and every one of us to look within, to explore the biases that we have, both those that we're conscious of and the ones that we're unconscious of.
It's the people. Ultimately, the work of truth, racial healing, and transformation, it's about our humanity. It's about people. People developing the capacity, or at least remembering the capacity to see ourselves in one another, to genuinely care for one another, to have empathy that transcends our own group or identity. That's the work that will bring about the public will and the public commitment to create an America that truly lives up to its democratic ideals and principles.
I have to be a believer in healing because suffering is too hard. It is the only thing that gives you hope, is that we can take those moments of suffering and hurt and turn them into moments of true healing and purpose.
I hope those videos gave you some insight into a little history of the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center at Rutgers University, Newark. We officially launched in February of 2018 with our partners, the New Jersey Institute of Social Justice and the Newark Public Library. We were designing programming to have programming in the library centers. We supported Ryan Haygood and his team as they were doing legislation for the restoration of voting rights for those individuals on parole and probation, and continue to support all of the work that the New Jersey Institute of Social Justice encounters on. COVID-19 occurred and it changed all the levels of engagement and how we are to go into the community. So we all, like everybody else in the world, had to shift and pivot. But it has been an interesting shifting and pivoting because we had the world had an opportunity to see the injustices that Black and brown and marginalized communities have encountered. The world saw what happened to George Floyd. And since then, the TRHT Center has been able to expand its work to work with municipalities like Scotch Plains and Fanwood, who established their own joint TRHT committee for Scotch Plains and Fanwood, where both the mayors of Scotch Plain and Fanwood, the school superintendent, council members, board of education members, faith-based leaders are the committee members for them. They are leading the way to where the townships of Scotch Plains and Fanwood are becoming a more inclusive community. We have been the pleasure of working with the Ocean County Library Systems to where the leadership, the staff, and the members in Ocean County Library System have all engaged in racial healing circles. We're extremely proud to be an anchor institution in the city of Newark, where we have leadership that fosters cross collaboration, not just within the city of Newark, but we are of the city of Newark. So the TRHT Center has worked with the NJ STEP program, a prison to school program for individuals who are coming out of jail and becoming students. Some of those students are our lead racial healing circle facilitators. This past summer and this past fall, we had the opportunity to work with the Office of Violence Prevention and Trauma Recovery under the leadership of Lakeisha Uri in working with at-risk youth from the ages of 18 to 30, providing programming on Saturday with individuals that are providing resources, racial healing circles. But the individuals leading those conversations are the students and the alumni of the NJ STEP program. With the TRHT Center, we are here to serve not just Rutgers University in Newark, but also the city of Newark, the state of New Jersey, and we've been fortunate to even cross the river into community colleges in New York City. We are envisioning to being the epic center for dismantling institutional structural racism from a shared humanity perspective. This year, we are fortunate that we have other institutions in New Jersey who will be joining us in this work. Seton Hall University, Mercer County Community College, and our very own sister campus, Rutgers University Camden, who are now hosting TRHT campus centers in their own location. So the state of New Jersey is covered with organizations, campus centers, institutions, and individuals looking to dismantle biases, belief systems, racism, oppression of all kinds. But we are now leading the way towards healing in action. So at this moment, we're going to take a small break. Please come back and join us at 12 o'clock to hear a panel of professionals who are living and doing the work of healing in action. Enjoy the music while we take this small break, and we look forward to seeing you at 12 p.m. Thank you.
How do you recover from a relaxing weekend? Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Mysterious thing, time.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 6th Annual National Day of Racial Healing. You are engaged in activities and programs with the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center at Rutgers University, Newark. This next panel of professionals that you will hear is going to be enlightening, rewarding, and by the time they're done, you're going to want to be engaged as well. The unprecedented global pandemic highlighted the unprecedented need families experience. You will hear from professionals from diverse industries and sectors how they will share their grassroots efforts to provide support to the neediest of these families. They will share insights about the impact their efforts have had and how to sustain the healing work that they are engaged in. This panel is talking about public engagement and healing, measuring impact and sustainability. I will take a moment to introduce our moderator and our panelists. As they sent me their bios and I tried to edit it, I would not be doing any justice to not including all of the awesome and amazing work that they are currently doing. But the first person that I would like to introduce is our moderator for this afternoon, Dr. Michael Dillard. He is an assistant teaching professor in the School of Public Affairs and Administration at Rutgers University, Newark. Dr. Dillard previously served as the director of the Rutgers Are You Ready for Work program, where under his leadership, the program created a pipeline of students with 100% high school graduation and college acceptance rates, with about 60% of those students pursuing degrees at Rutgers University, Newark. His research interests center around non-traditional students, particularly which services and programs are being created that enable them to thrive. His teaching style focuses on leadership-based courses where students learn the skill sets needed to manage organizations, and in his classes feature various guest speakers and off-campus sessions where students really understand how theory and practice are connected. Dr. Dillard is a contributing author to at least one published book that provides innovative insights into the development and advancement of online instruction and educational technology to engage students from diverse backgrounds. He is also a public speaker on topics of college persistence and long-term care. I would like to bring to the stage Dr. Michael Dillard as I continue to read the bios of our panelists. Our first panelist is Barry Ford. Mr. Ford has over 18 years of senior and direct service level management experience in the K-12 education space, higher education, nonprofit, and municipal government sectors. He has held positions with a variety of organizations, including the City of Newark, KIPP, New York City Public Schools, Rutgers University, Newark, New Jersey Community Development Corporation, New Jersey Seas, Brooklyn Community Services, and Seton Hall University. Barry holds a Master's of Public Administration degree in Nonprofit Organization Management and a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration and Marketing from Seton Hall University. Barry Ford currently serves as the Assistant Director for the Office of Violence Prevention and Trauma Recovery in the City of Newark, New Jersey. Welcome to the stage, Barry.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. Hello, everyone.
Jamie Hendricks is a lifelong resident of East Orange, New Jersey. She is a graduate of East Orange Public Schools, attending both Whitney Houston Academy and Cicely Tyson School of Performing and Fine Arts. Jamie Hendricks began her employment with the Rutgers University Police Department in 2004. Ms. Hendricks was promoted to lieutenant in 2011, becoming the first African-American female lieutenant in the Rutgers University Police Department. During her law enforcement career, she was assigned to parole operations, investigations, and administrative units. Lieutenant Hendricks completed her Master's in Public Administration in 2014 from the School of Public Affairs and Administration. She assumed the role of Commander of the Community Affairs Unit for the Newark Division in 2016. During her tenure as commander, the unit engaged in more than 300 community policing partnerships, educational workshops, and departmental initiatives at the Rutgers University Newark campus, the City of Newark, and the greater Newark area. In addition to her day-to-day operations at RUPD, Ms. Hendricks serves as an academic instructor for the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police Leadership and Command Academy, and has instructed at the Essex County Public Safety Academy. She is a certified able instructor by the Georgetown Law Center. Ms. Hendricks is an instructor at University Newark and St. Elizabeth University. She currently also serves as board member with Girls Live, Laugh, and Love, Inc. and FLAME, Firefighters League of Activities and Mentoring. She was recently appointed to Barringer High School's Public Safety CTE Advisory Committee and is a trained TRHT Racial Healing Circle facilitator. Notwithstanding all of her accomplishments and the commitment to the community. She is a proud mother and a youth adult mentor. Welcome to the stage, Lieutenant Jamie Hendricks. It is my pleasure to introduce Taisha Miranda. Taisha was born in December in the city of Newark to Puerto Rican parents who moved to Newark, New Jersey in the 1960s. She is the youngest of 2 children, and the family and her family means the world to her. Taisha not only was born in the city of Newark, but was raised, educated right here in the Great Brick City. She proudly bleeds Puerto Rican Newark blood and couldn't be more grateful to give back to the city that gave it to her. In 2004, Taisha started her career at the Newark Board of Education. Over the years, she has been elevated from a community engagement specialist to a bilingual attendance counselor for the district, overseeing numerous schools such as Salome Reina, Ridge Street, and previously First Avenue. Taisha's model is simple. Although I represent a specific school, I have an obligation to serve all 45,000 children in our community as a whole. As a community engagement specialist and now attendance counselor, Taisha continues to forge partnerships with elected officials such as the North Ward Councilman Anibal Ramos, Councilman at Large Luis Cadena, and Carlos Gonzalez, Senator Teresa Ruiz, and former Newark Public Safety Director Anthony Ambrose. In addition to the partnerships with elected officials, she continues to work closely with organizations such as Rutgers Public Safety, ARJ Civic, La Casa de Don Pedro, Clara Mass Medical Center, and many more. Through these collaborations, she's able to provide mental health support, clothing, shelter, safety, holiday gifts, and food, just to name a few. In 2007, Miss Miranda was nominated Miss Puerto Rico for New Jersey Puerto Rican Day Parade. This experience overall was one she treasures because it provides additional opportunities and knowledge of her culture. Participating in the pageant granted her the opportunity to meet new people and candidates in the modeling industry throughout the state of New Jersey. In 2015, Ms. Miranda was hired as the community aide for Senator Teresa Ruiz, the Senate Majority Leader. In her role as community aide, Taisha is responsible for participating in community events and representing the senator's office. Fast forward to today, she is a member of the North Ward Democratic Committee and was recently selected in December 2001 as a member of the Clara Mass Center of Excellence for Latino Health Community Advisory Board. Taisha's goal is to give her community and the children all that she has and that was provided to her while growing up. She was raised with the saying, "It takes a village," and that is what continues to build the success of her children. The future belongs to boys and the girls. With this being said, Teresa Miranda is a woman who walks by faith, truly believing that God has a special calling in her life, and part of that calling is never settling. As opportunities arise, taking the leap of faith, not just for herself and the community, she knows what it is all about. For it says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope in the future." Jeremiah 29:11. Welcome to the stage, Taisha Miranda. Our next panelist, last but not least, born and raised in Newark, New Jersey, James G. Walden joined Rutgers University as the Director of Public Safety in January 2019. James Walden is responsible for public safety, emergency management, emergency medical service, and fire safety of both the Lawrenceville and Princeton campuses and serves on several university committees. Director Walden is committed to transparency, community policing, community engagement, and providing the university students, faculty, staff, and guests with a safe campus to study, work, and live by making each and every one of them aware of how to reduce the possibilities of incidents and create a better campus community environment. As a trailblazer, Director Walden was the first African-American director of public safety at Rutgers University, the first African-American chief of police at Gannon University, and the first regularly appointed African-American director of campus safety and transportation at Southern Vermont College. Prior to joining Rutgers University, Director Walden was the director of campus safety in Vermont, Bennington, Director of Public Safety, University of Sciences in Philadelphia. When Walden held the position as Director of Police and Safety at Gannon, he helped to reduce violent crime and burglaries on campus by 18%, enhanced community-oriented policing concepts, and brought in approximately $300,000 in grant funds from the U.S. Department of Justice to fight dating violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. He also served as a county detective for the Essex County Prosecutor's Office in Newark, New Jersey. He served as a police detective at Rutgers University, Newark, right here in New Jersey. We missed you at that time, James. And served as a police officer at Montclair State University. A trailblazer as the first African-American director of public safety in all of these different areas, Director Walden, it is a pleasure. He attended executive education programs at Harvard University Crisis Leadership, University of Louisville, Southern Police Institution. He also has extensive FEMA emergency management education and training, earned a Master's of Public Administration degree from the School of Public Affairs and Administration at Rutgers University, Newark, and a Master's of Administrative Science degree from Fairleigh Dickinson University, and a Bachelor's Arts degree in Political Science from King University. I would like to welcome Director Walden and all of our panelists for this engaging conversation on public engagement and healing, measured impact and sustainability. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Director Stroy. And I want to, take this opportunity to thank you for also inviting me to participate in this wonderful opportunity. I think Director Stroy really summed it all perfectly. Today's presentation will focus on the importance of public engagement and healing, but more importantly, measuring impact within each of our dynamic speakers in terms of their own individual communities, as well as in their professional spaces. The idea of this conversation and facilitated discussion is to gain more knowledge and an understanding of what our phenomenal guest speakers have been doing all along in terms of racial healing, some of their own trials and tribulations, the impact that they've been able to overall make. As a facilitator, I will read a few questions to our panelists, followed by questions and answers. I recommend that all audience members please place your questions in our chat box feature. And I will then, after the facilitated discussion, turn it over back to Director Stroy regarding those questions and answers, in addition to closing remarks. So now, of course, Director Stroy, she already read all of your wonderful and impressive bios. But more importantly, we want to get to know a little bit more about you personally. So the first question is, for all of our panelists, please introduce yourself, including your name, your current role and your position, and what is your circle and community of influence? But more importantly, what is your motivation to helping those individuals in your circle of community of influence? So I will start with our very own Rutgers Lieutenant Hendricks.
Thank you, Michael. My name is Jamie Hendricks. I'm a lieutenant with Rutgers University Police Department. I like to say I started my love affair with Rutgers University, Newark, in about 2002 as a student, before I began working for the department shortly after. I've been with the department for 18 years. I love my profession. I love the opportunities that it has brought me. So a little bit about getting to know me a little bit more. I think it's important for us to focus on our identities. As stated in my bio, I'm a mom. I'm a proud single mom. I am a community. I like to say that I'm a community engagement specialist. That's something that I love and I'm very passionate about. And my circle of influence in my community, I kind of like to, I really want to say that it's hard to maybe encapsulate it most, because I feel like sometimes when you put limits on where the area that you serve, it can kind of shape your mindset if I only work in this one specific wheelhouse and in this one specific area. Most commonly, my work professionally with the police department encompasses the city of Newark and also greater Newark. Nonprofit work with Flame is statewide, and with the phenomenal Girls Live, Love, Laugh is primarily in the city of Newark, but it also reaches to greater Essex County as well. I think that I'm most impactful in engagement with recruitment, specifically recruitment for police officers, engaging our youth as young as 3 or 4 years old, and also remembering, honoring our seniors as well. I do have a very specific passion for young females, young mothers, because that's something I could very much identify with. But again, that's where I start. That's where I like to go. And I'm open to grow and go where the calling is needed.
Thanks so much, Lieutenant. Take it over, Director Ford.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Barry Ford. I am the Assistant Director of the Mayor's Office of Violence Prevention and Trauma Recovery in support of Director Lakeisha Urey. Our particular sphere of influence is the city of Newark, the city in its entirety, regardless of age, race, creed. The city is extremely important to us in terms of this work. Our office, just a little background, was born directly out of the events of the George Floyd death, and Mayor Baraka, in his vision, realized the fact that when trauma occurs in our city, while law enforcement is a key part of it, there's also a residual part of it relative to trauma recovery and how do we stop things prior. So we deal with things before and after. So hopefully we can avoid getting to a number of different crimes and perpetrations of law and things like that. So in doing that, 5% of the city's budget from the Department of Public Safety was allotted to our office to, one, ensure that we're able to work with various community organizations to provide funds and resources to be able to do that work throughout the city, and also internally be able to provide some of those services. And my passion and the passion of our entire team is very much the well-being of our city. Our social workers, our outreach team, our administrators, everyone works very diligently, and we take our work very, very seriously in regards to being able to provide external resources, the things that you don't think about, whether that be counseling services, whether that be specific things that lead to trauma around housing, employment, all of those different things. We're in the background working to make sure that we're able to supplement and prevent as much crime and also help people recover from those things as well. And we are very passionate about the work. We take great pride in our identity as that being in the city, and we will continue to do that work to the best of our ability. So we are very excited to be here doing this work.
Thanks so much, Director Ford. Counselor Miranda.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as Ms. Troy already expressed, my name is Taisha Miranda. I am currently an attendance counselor for the Newark Board of Education, former community engagement specialist for the Newark Board of Education. I am also a community aide for Senator M. Teresa Ruiz. And I just overall am a proud Newarker, proud Puerto Rican. I say I bleed Newark. When my city suffers, I suffer, despite the direct impact or not. My circle and community of influence, as LT already stated, I try not to limit that circle because I feel I am here to provide whatever I can to anyone at any point. But my direct circle and community of influence is definitely our urban community, school and children, as well as the families. And my motivation that really keeps me going in this work is really just fostering a culture of acceptance, safety, and embracing our differences. And today is a perfect example of one, right? We're here, we're discussing the great efforts of each individual on this panel right now. And part of that is including our youth, right? And so today, while I am here with you all on the panel, I can proudly say that my boys and girls back at the school are engaged with us. So Salome Oreña, boys and girls, thank you for joining us. And I feel like this is what it's all about, really including them, giving them that sense of ownership, letting them know that we are in this today, but tomorrow it can be them. And I always say, and I said it in my bio, we always say the children are our future, right? But I truly believe that we need to get them through the present before we can get them into the future. And so incorporating them and engaging them in moments like this is really what it's all about. So that's a little bit about me and my circle of influence, my boys and girls, my babies.
Thanks so much, Director Walden.
Good morning. Again, my name is James Walden. I'm the current director of public safety at Rutgers University. And I'm also, since our Founders Day was just recently, a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Oh, all right. All right. And in terms of, my circle of influence and everything like that, first of all, I was born and raised in Newark, New Jersey, and I've had the opportunity during my career to travel to 48 of the 50 states. And I always say, I can assure you that anytime I go anywhere, people know I'm from Newark. They know I was raised in Newark, and they know that everything I have that they like came from Newark. So, and I always make sure I take that with me. Some of my friends get a little tired of hearing me talk about how great Newark is, but I'm traveling and I'm moving around, but I believe that. Also, in terms of community policing and community engagement, and again, I've had the opportunity to work at universities and be in communities all across this country. And I'm going to tell you, I learned all that, and I cut my teeth right there at Rutgers University in Newark, as was said previously. And, and I take that with me. I take it with me wherever I go. I think I don't limit myself in terms of community and community outreach. I always say that the community is wherever you are, and you take that community with you, and you influence, and you try to do the things one-on-one or in groups or however it is, wherever you are with whomever you're with.
Well said. So, I think really the overall, this vehicle of an emergent theme, it kind of sounds like, finding your passion, this idea, this argument of really being a responsible citizen, realizing that it's up to you to tackle and solve those key issues. It's not just simply government. It's not just simply nonprofit organizations, community-based organizations coming up with key solutions. It really essentially boils down to us tackling those issues. And then obviously, that brings us to a really important conversation around the global pandemic that we're continuing to experience. Over 800,000 lives have been lost alone here in the US based on this pandemic. And I know that every one of you have been continued to be steadfast in your approach to continuing to address those key issues within your own community. But I think more importantly, as Director Walden kind of nailed it right there in terms of not just within your community, but also abroad in other places and spaces. And because obviously our time is limited and we only have, 40 or so minutes, this next question I want to pose and only have two of our panelists to take on that question. So this important question reads as follows. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only interrupted our daily lives in 2020, but it remains evident in public health factor in 2021, and more importantly, currently in 2022. What is one challenge you faced in helping your communities due to the pandemic? And how were you able to mitigate that? Include any external and internal resources that you found to be helpful. So now normally in my class, I would kind of, call out on my students, but I won't do that to you all though. But is there anyone that would like to actually answer that question?
I'll actually jump in on that question.
Sure, go ahead.
So as you might imagine, in the midst of a city of over 300,000 people, in the midst of COVID, you have a variety of different things going on in terms of people just being generally sick, people also losing employment, people being, having to leave their homes, a lot of different things happening at one time. Now we have a very limited staff when you're thinking about in a trajectory of 300,000 people and how you meet those needs. In addition to that, our staff is human. They also have contracted COVID. Their family members have contracted COVID. And then a lot of our stuff, because it is directly community-based and hands-on, we have situations where you literally can't be hands-on because of the pandemic. So how do you try to meet these needs? We tried to mitigate a lot of that stuff by trying to be very adaptive in terms of things that we've been doing, and not just as a direct office, but using the city's resources and a variety of our different partners. So relative to people, for example, being able to have just general food and things to eat. Mayor Baraka and the city did a food distribution every single Wednesday by which individuals could come and get a whole, box of food and different things they need to sustain them during the week. So that, again, as we meet some of these human needs, individuals do not subsequently have to go out and perpetrate crime to be able to have some of the general things that they need. Also, additionally, in terms of some of our counseling service and different things that we offered in our centers, we additionally were able to go and then do some of these things virtually. So some of these things were able to be done in that space, both individually as well as corporately in group. And that was how we were able to still be able to give people that support and that guidance that they needed. Just lastly, too, just trying to give people a sense of normalcy to the extent that we could. So you think about general things like, for example, like the Halloween, holiday and people not being want to come out. So we had a trunk or treat rather, right in our first precinct space where we had it socially distanced where families could come in and out and be able to get these things. Also, we had a turkey distribution here at the precinct, as well as every different ward the city had. Even at Christmas, we did a toy distribution. So we did realize that in the scope of crime and trauma prevention, a lot of that just comes when people lose a sense of normalcy and not having the resources that they need. So we've, tried to mitigate that by being very adaptive again in terms of all the things that we offer so that we can make sure that our city residents have as much resources as they possibly can from the city and our partnering agencies.
Thanks so much, Barry. So someone else?
Sure. So I'll jump on the question if that's okay. So one of the challenges a few challenges that I faced during this time, 2021, 2022 is hitting us all very hard, right? Not specifically just the communities that we're serving. It's hitting us personally and it's hitting very close to home. But one of the challenges that I feel we face is definitely helping children process the misdirected hatred of the Asian population. Just going back to the Stop Asian Hate movement, also the Black Lives Matter movement, right? Just getting our children to understand the challenges of today and just forming that sense of community. And to the flip side of that, also that Blue Lives Matter and that they are not our enemies and that they are our friends, and just bringing it all together. And I was able to mitigate that by hosting virtual WebExes. Unfortunately, school year 2021 we were virtual. So hosting family WebExes for both children and students as a whole, where we can discuss the oppressions that we felt. This allowed us an opportunity to really discuss as a whole group what we were feeling. We were able to invite school community members, outside community as well, and also involving our law enforcement officers in any event that we had. So prior to the pandemic and it interrupting us, we as a school, we were very, very supportive of our law enforcement in the community. And so we would always host, specifically in January, a Back the Blue event. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to do that. But we've been able to incorporate virtually, whether it's through videos, photos from the past, to our students, the importance of law enforcement in our lives and how, again, they're not our enemies. And although there are situations that occur, they are definitely beyond our control. But we have to work as a community for that sense of care, love as an overall one. Another challenge we did face is the vaccinations, right? Vaccinations during this time have been a big deal. Lots of controversy, lots of confusion. And so to mitigate that, we were able to host and partner with Clara Moss Medical Center and host an Ask the Doctor series virtually, where we had parents log in, and it granted them a good 2 hours with one-on-one dialogue with the doctor. As we know, when we go to the doctor's office, you only have a few minutes with that doctor, and then they move on to the next patient. But this opportunity really granted them the ability to ask questions directly and get answers. Maybe not necessarily what they wanted to hear, but answers with effective and legit data behind it. So those are ways that we were able to mitigate through the challenges, and even still currently that we're facing them. Just that sense of safety and security, home visits, care packages, just showing the love any possible way you can with the little things, because they're definitely what matter the most during this time.
Well said. See, now I'm feeling some type of way. I have to invite all of you guys in to speak to my individual classes, because that's really what it's about. It's teaching emerging leaders on, when you're dealing with obstacles, trials, tribulations, whatever that may come someone's way, how do I pivot? And I listened to both Barry and Taisha to talk about it in terms of this idea that how do we continue to stay steadfast? How do we continue to keep pushing although challenges may come along the way. And we're dealing with a number of challenges. Obviously a global pandemic, but then when you start thinking about a racial reckoning, you start thinking about social justice issues, you start thinking about economic challenges, you start thinking about, the job market and so many other issues. And you still found a way to stay, passionate about, your overall goals and tackling those challenges. My next question, I really want to, open up to all of our panelists, because I think it's really important that in order to have such dialogue like this, we must present our true, authentic self. We must talk about some of our own challenges along the way, and how do we go about healing when things may not be necessarily right with us? It's great to inspire other people. It's great to coach folks along the way. But what happens when issues hit directly at your home? How do you heal? How do you recover from those issues? So this next important question is, the definition of healing is the process of making or becoming sound or healthy again. Healing is a form of action. Taking action helps us to heal. How have you taken action over the last year in your personal healing, or to help another person heal from trauma or a negative experience during the pandemic? So let's take it with Director Walden.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to just jump in and just say that, over the past year with this pandemic and everything that's going on, I think a lot of us looked at it and tacked it as, okay, this is temporary. This is only going to be temporary. If we get the vaccine, everything will be okay. If we get this next thing, everything will be okay. And it just seems, and it's just continuing, and you're on that kind of hamster wheel. And I kind of recently just took 4 days, personally, just took 4 days off, and I did nothing. I didn't think about anything. I didn't open a computer. I didn't touch my phone. I did absolutely nothing. And it made me realize, I said, you know what? I said, I've been going for the last 2 years and haven't stopped. I said, and my staff has too. And people around me have too. And I just started talking to people once I stopped doing it and finding out that they have. And I said, you know what? I said, that time that I took made me realize that, I have to look at this differently for my staff in terms of helping them to heal and move forward. I have to look at this differently in terms of myself. I have to look at this very differently in terms of everything. It's there is no finish line, so to speak. And I have to make that adjustment for myself, for my healing, my growth, my mental health. And I have to make that adjustment for everybody else that's around me and my staff.
Absolutely. Jamie?
I'm going to try to tackle both parts of the question. So I think the pandemic for many of us it's caused a lot of people to be called to action, whether it's the pandemic or the unrest that we have seen in our country and also in our world. A lot of people have been so motivated to say, I have to do something. I have to help someone, on either scale. But I think it's also called a lot of people in that stillness to really reflect. And for me personally, in the beginning of the pandemic, when there was a lot of stillness for me, and I'm used to just kind of going and I'm working on this project and, and again, looking how we measure it and, who's impacting, who are we thinking about, who's missing from the picture that we should be thinking about. I had to, from the beginning, and it's still an ongoing process, reflect on what my roles were. The roles that I was born into as a Black woman, the roles I've been assigned to or volunteered towards as a police officer, the roles I have far as experiences, from experiences as a single mother, experiences as a domestic violence survivor, and really looking at how those roles and those experiences can shape my interaction and helping other people move forward. And also holding myself accountable that, you have to balance these roles and you have to honor each one of those roles. And sometimes you may be pulled in different directions by different people. And some people may not understand what this role and this experience feels like and this experience, and that you're experiencing a lot of that simultaneously. So for me, my healing journey has been saying it's okay to honor and acknowledge and respect all of my roles, whether I volunteered in it, I was born into it, or it's something that I have from what I experienced. Another role that I have is I am part of an autism family. My beloved sister, my older sister, is autistic, my Shay. And I've always been the little big sister, just by what the dynamics are. and just a brief experience about how we helped another population in healing in the pandemic. I'd love to shout out a phenomenal organization, Nason's Place, which does wonderful work with autistic families in Greater Essex County. I'm sitting in the Greater Newark area. And I've also learned in the pandemic, it's important to see, say, hear, and then also focus on who may not be seen or spoken for. And in listening to the founder, Nadine, there was such a change with families who were experiencing autism because you couldn't go outside. Some of the regular activities that were being held for them were not occurring just because of the changes in the pandemic. So one of the things that we as a department looked towards and spearheaded was a specific event that really honored the children who belong to Nason's Place and also their families. We made handcrafted cards to give the children to make sure that they had something tangible. We also made video messages that were carefully crafted for them. We purchased or, sought out different gifts that were specially selected for them. And we went to go and support the children at a autism movie screening that happened right here in the city of Newark at Cityplex. And one of the things that happened that we were able to do in a social distancing manner is provide that interaction, but it was twofold. We were able to bring police officers from a variety of different departments, Newark Police Department, New Jersey Transit, NJIT Police Department, and also Newark Fire Department to interface with this population, to show love and support, at a time when many people were closed in, but the meaning of them being closed in was very different for this population and the parents as well. The second part about that is also learning what the interaction is, experiencing interaction with our children, our autistic children, and how do we learn from that? How do we learn to engage and be more proactive in our participation? So again, that was a little bit about helping another community heal and overcome something in the pandemic, and also a little bit about myself.
Thanks so much, Jamie. Taisha, you want to take it over from there?
Sure. So one of the major challenges during this time was my personal healing challenge. I think, so I can openly speak about it now. There was a moment in time when the pandemic first hit that I was so terrified of what was going on around me that I felt hopeless. And at any moment I thought, it was going to hit me and that's it. It was the end of the world, right? But that was also the lack of knowledge of stop watching so much TV, stop listening to what everyone else is saying, really take an opportunity and reflect. And so finally I hit that point where I was just like, look, I'm no good to anyone if I don't take care of myself first. And so definitely self-care, utilizing the social emotional learning that we were implementing and continue to implement for our students, utilizing that for myself and for my self-healing, just making myself more knowledgeable to what was going around, not being misled by things that I was hearing, having more of that dialogue with, individuals in the medical field. But once I was able to control all of that, it was all about my community, my children, my families. And so once I was able to control myself and really reflect back on even my faith and just continue to rely on my faith, that's it. I was all about what I could do for my families. And so at that point, it was just like, who's missing what? Who needs rental assistance that I can support them virtually with applying for, whether it be through the city or the county? Who needs food that I can reach out to my community partners, such as Rutgers and LT Hendricks, so we can get food to their houses? It was a lot of things, but definitely the self-care for myself first, really understanding that this was not the end of the world, that I was no good to anyone else if I didn't take care of myself. And that quite frankly, being the person that I am, I was not going to allow this pandemic to stop what I have such passion in doing. And so that's where I kind of had to take a step back and say, that's it. Enough is enough. You're not going to win, pandemic. This is all about my community. This is about my boys and girls. And I need to make sure that they are good so that at some point when we're ready to come back, which we did gratefully, school year 21-22, that we're good to go and that they feel safe enough to return. And so to that extent, we were able to provide a community fair where we invited many community partners just to give them that sense of community and safety upon return to school and being around other individuals after so much of the world just went on a pause. So that's a little bit about how I was able to make it through, but definitely self-care first within so that we're able to produce what it is that we really want to get out to our community.
Well said, Barry.
Yeah, it was a lot of self-care. Mayor Baraka and Director Yuri speak very often about the need for self-care. And in the healing profession, you can't heal others if you yourself are not healed and you're not dealing with your own challenges. Like everyone else, I was very nervous in the beginning. I actually had COVID myself personally very early on in the pandemic, which was a scare and made me very, nervous going forward in terms of the work. But in terms of internally how we deal with that, we are very big on encouraging staff to be able to do self-care any way that they want to do that. Additionally, we made allowances to have counseling services available internally for team members that needed that, as well as if they wanted to do that on their own. And then we also have internal discussion groups, like all of the men in our department decided that we wanted to have a bi-weekly discussion group just to talk and, discuss some of the frustrations and some of the hardships and how we could support one another. And, one thing that's key, and I think that we, about our department is that specifically with our outreach team, we felt that in order to be able to best serve individuals going through trauma in the city, we wanted to have individuals who had a direct relation. So a number of the individuals on our staff have previously been incarcerated or are victims of significant trauma in life that they've overcome. So while they're actually healing, others in the community, they're also still healing themselves. So, as such, we have an ongoing culture in the department of how we self-heal and how we deal with those traumas, and particularly related to COVID. We want to make sure that individuals, when their families are going through illness or they're ill at this point, we've had a number of individuals on staff who have gone through that. So we are encouraging. We've, very been mindful and flexible in terms of how we shape the work around people's needs so that it is bearable and it does not become this, mind-boggling thing that always has them in fear in terms of, work and what needs to happen. So, self-care is a big thing. Personally, I run. That's the thing that I've just done for years, just to clear my mind when I'm frustrated. And we, again, encourage the team to have healthy vices and things along those lines to help them cope. Because, again, in this profession, we can't help this community if we don't help ourselves first. And that, again, is a key theme of the mayors and Director Yuri.
Well said. And, I think for me, it hits, close to home to particularly not only just with the pandemic, but more importantly, as a Black man and realizing, obviously the tragedy of, the death, the killing of George Floyd. It hit home for me personally. And I think, one of the things that everyone kind of touched on, we can all be change agents, public servants, and trying to save the world and tackle all of these issues. But if we're not right, if we're not taking care of ourselves first, how can we take care of everyone else? And so you have to, come up with different types of strategies and, ideas to make sure that you're staying balanced, making sure that you're on the right path. For me, it's just simply going to the park and just having what I like to call a mini sabbatical, not a research sabbatical, although those are nice too, but I'm talking about a sabbatical in terms of just kind of cutting everything off, the phone, the TV, just hanging out with friends and family, and really just kind of saying, well, what's really overall deep down important to me? Beyond the career, beyond the title, the money, and all of these other different things that come. What's really deep down overall important? And I think this pandemic for me personally forced me to kind of just focus on just me, not with the title, not about Rutgers University, none of that. Just focus on really deep down. If I was to lose it all today, what's deep down overall important? And, mental health is a big thing. Mental health is real. And we've got to have some time to focus on that. You never know what anyone is going through. I want to open this up, the next question to everyone, because the idea really is about this conversation is legacy. What will be your legacy? What will people say overall when it's all said and done? And to the audience members, I encourage you again to use our chat feature. Please leave questions, comments for our phenomenal panelists. But the question reads as follows. Today is National Day of Racial Healing. Communities across the country are talking, celebrating, and commemorating that we are a community. Give an example of your impact on your community and how do you plan to sustain it? James, take it over.
Again, now on our community, like I said, on our campus community, there was something that happened, I think, at Rutgers University substantially during the pandemic. And really, I can't take credit for it because I didn't have the lead on this. A lecturer on our campus, Charles Ray, took the lead on this, but I was a part of it. And he got together all of the African American males who were working on the campus, and I don't think that would have happened via Zoom, and I don't think that would have happened had there not been the pandemic. And we realized that at Ryder there were a lot more of us than we thought that there were, and then the second thing we realized is that that by us talking to each other and talking about our experiences, not only were we helping us to heal ourselves, we were also going back into our work in our different departments and areas and things and helping our communities to heal themselves. And I think that was an important thing to have happened, and it wouldn't have happened, I don't think, without the pandemic. So that's the one good thing I think the pandemic did. It brought us together, allowed us to talk and heal, and then move out into our communities and help to heal our communities in our various areas.
Absolutely, well said. So Jamie, take it over from there. How will you sustain your work?
So Michael, when you asked about the legacy, I was like, and something I just I wrote down very briefly is I call myself a self-proclaimed underdog. I don't come from a law enforcement family. I'm the first person in my family to enter in law enforcement. I'm a first-generation college student. And I'm proud of what my background is. So I think my legacy and looking at sustainability is focused on being an underdog that is not necessarily a gatekeeper, but the person who opens the gates. And that shapes really how we intentionally design engagement. Because I think you have to be very intentional when you say that you want to engage the public, when you want to craft something that impacts the community. It's great to say, I'm going to get out here and do something, but sustainability, you have to say, how do I make this work? How do I get people involved? How do I make sure there are the resources that are available, or even the feeling that somebody has is maintained? And it's not a one-off thing. We're not seeing somebody just during the holidays or during a back-to-school event. And with that, my design in community and public engagement focuses on the community experience and pulling partners in. We work to connect ourselves to our faculty, staff, and students, but that work is also designed to connect our faculty, staff, and students to the Newark community. And on top of that, I work to bring an additional partner in, whether it's a private partner, whether it's another department, a nonprofit organization, and focus on this idea of what is this community experience that we're in, right? How are you excited? What do I want the community partner to get from them? What do I want them to learn and understand in this project and this target population that we're helping? Because what that does is that creates this energy, this interest that the partner, that these outside people who may not be really organizing the event, they feel, and they want to come back. They want to learn more about that community. They have a better understanding of the community. There's more trust that's fulfilled. One of the things that I worked on specifically in my profession that came out of the pandemic, like Director Walden stated, was I had the opportunity to be invited to different departments to talk about what it is to build public trust. And I've spoken at different conferences. I have different, trainings that I've done for different departments, but it was really an honest conversation with different departments. Say, listen, this is not a one and done deal. There's a framework, there are obstacles. And again, when you're intentional about engagement, what is your strategy? How do you build this so it's not a one and done thing? Because when you're talking about the public, it's not one and done. That's not how you build trust. I like to say that change does not always have to be vast or huge, but it has to be continuous. You have to build that momentum so that people feel like they are heard, that they are affirmed, and I'm not just showing up for you in an instant and then I'm going to leave.
Absolutely, Jamie. Barry?
In terms of just long-term legacy of our programs, I think there are three particular things that we really talk about establishing always. The first of which are just key long-term partnerships that are established. There are probably at this point well over 100 organizations in the city of Newark some formal, some informal, that are doing work relative to violence prevention and trauma recovery. Some much more recognized, some a little more under the radar. But setting up viable, partnerships through formal memorandums of understanding where, specific needs, specific pockets of the city are met. Our city is very diverse across the 5 wards, and subsequently you need very specific partners who know intricate details of those areas to make things work. So we want to make sure that we establish such partnerships and have them set up in a way, through our RFPs and through other forms of funding, where they're set up not just to be there, but to last and be able to have capacity to do what they need to do. A second thing is signature programming, things that the community can rely on in terms of meeting some of their needs around, particularly around, just some of the recovery and things like that in the city. So signature programming, whether it be about, preventing first-time offense, recidivism, key signature programming in our city. We did, we had Peace Week last year, where we had a resource fair. We had a National Day of Peace. We had a recognition for those who have been lost in our community, things that the city knows are going to be there for them every year where they can find out. We also had our 24 Hours of Peace concert, downtown was very large, but things like that that really affect the community and bring us all together. And lastly, our measurable indicators. A lot of times in the social services, we talk about things that are intangible, about feelings, and but there are key performance indicators that Director Uri reports out on every week that shows the impact of what we've done. And one of the major things is, while our office really came into fruition in terms of work around June of last year, and actually end of May, we were able still to have over 1,400 individual social services encounters with individuals. So that's getting people food, housing, jobs, a variety of different resources that otherwise would not have been there. And the more that we can build upon that, and that's measurable, and we can show that impact, that's a key thing. So again, those are the 3 areas where, as a department and as a city, we want to make sure that, we make our mark and maintain that year to year.
Thanks so much, Taisha.
All right, so this is a pretty tough one too. So when we talk about leaving our mark and the legacy and sustainability of what we're building in our community, there's a lot of things I do to reach that point, right? Where if God forbid in the day of tomorrow I'm not around, I know that the work that I've invested into my community, my boys and girls, the city of Newark, will continue to live on. And so first and foremost, I take advantage of every holiday that's already built in on the calendar and I blow it up. Secondly, I add on to those holidays and we create our own. We try to make everything about education and holidays as interesting and fun as possible to really capture the attention of our boys and girls, whether it be through morning announcements that my colleagues or administrators make on a daily basis, whether it be at Ingress having a little celebration, which we have coming up for social emotional learning to engage our families, whether it be just when food donations are being dropped off at our school by, let's say, Rutgers Public Safety, really just bringing out our kids out to receive them, so they see the partnerships that we're building. And just going back to what Mr. Ford said, like really that forging that partnership, those partnerships that we know will last a lot longer than we will, because we go tomorrow, those partnerships still remain. And so not being selfish in the partnerships that I have formed, really sharing those partnerships with my colleagues so that they are aware of what those partnerships are, so that if they ever need to reach out to them on a day that I'm not around, they have access to those same partnerships. I'm more of a behind the scenes person, but really blowing up whatever we can to make our community shine. And the reason for that is because we hear so much negative about Newark, and I take that personal. So whenever I have an opportunity to try to change that mindset, I'm going to do it. And so really incorporating and blowing up events, and just, again, not being selfish and sharing those partnerships, gaining and building that form of trust in our community, especially with our undocumented families, building bridges between those organizations, whether it be attorneys' offices and those families, just to gain that sustainability of even that, because that's not going anywhere, right? Undocumented families will continue to happen, and we have to make sure that we welcome them gracefully into our city. So again, just forging partnerships sustainability in those partnerships, not being selfish in the partnerships, sharing them with my colleagues. And again, on top of it all, like I shared earlier, just really incorporating my boys and girls every opportunity that I get so that they have a sense of ownership of what it is that's going on in not only their school, but in their community overall as a whole.
Listen, Taisha, don't feel no type of way. I feel you on that. I feel some type of way when someone says something about Newark. Myself, I was born and raised in Newark, went to Newark public schools. So I always say, the Dr. Dillard goes out the window. I was born and raised in Newark. I understand the challenges of what we go through. And I think you all summed it up perfectly, but particularly Jamie, I just kind of threw in that word, the term, this idea of legacy. And the reason why I did, one small, I guess, fun, interesting fact about myself: before going into education, before working in healthcare, I actually worked in the mortuary science business. I worked in funeral homes. And so with those years of working and growing up actually in a funeral, like literally growing up in a funeral home, often at times during a eulogy, the pastor would always say, this idea of your legacy, because we're only here for a short period of time. And you can't take your title with you. You can't take your money with you then. But it's not only, and you said it so importantly, Jamie, this idea of not only just being intentional, but people helped you along the way to get to where you are. And so the idea of sustainability, we have to also then be intentional in terms of tying in legacy. Because that's really what it's about. It's about this idea of opening up additional doors for other people to walk in, recognizing that we're not going to always be doing this type of important work, but how do we continue to sustain? And then, even with Taisha's point, this idea about, not being selfish, not being stingy, kind of sharing that wealth, sharing that knowledge, picking up and kind of, helping another nonprofit organization that's struggling, helping community-based agencies, working with local partners, working with government agencies. But then, of course, Barry talked about the money piece of it, right? The RFP, because at the end of the day, you still need funding to support that model, to support that business. It is a business, essentially. Yeah, we're working with the public, but you have to also understand that we have to pay the bills. We have to be able to, put in the financial dollars and the investments of an RFP, request for proposal, to be able to support those initiatives, to support those programs, to support those services. I really thank you. I wish that we had a few more hours to talk about this important work. The time really went by fast. It's 1 o'clock on the dot, but I really thank all of our phenomenal panelists for joining in such an important conversation. And I will turn it over to our Director Stroy. Make sure to unmute yourself.
You never learn, right? After 2 years. Thank you for your discussion, your insight. And like you, Michael, I will be calling on these panelists again. But there is one question that I do have. As we are talking about the National Day of Racial Healing, and 55 campus centers across the country are engaging in this activity, as well as at a national level in Washington, D.C., all of us are focusing on the next generation. So my question to the panelists, what advice would you give to young people who want to get engaged, who want to be activists, who want to maybe follow in your footsteps? And what are you doing to engage the next generation? Anybody can go first.
I'll jump in. Most importantly, I think that for the next generation, I encourage them to think about what your leadership looks like, and understand that your leadership doesn't have to look like what you see on social media. It doesn't have to replicate the exact same thing that other people are doing. There's activists, there are organizers, there are advocates, there are different ways, to engage. And to really own what your leadership looks like and focus on what the change is. I also encourage them to, find a mentor. When I talk to my mentees, is to find a mentor that is doing what you're doing, that you're interested in doing. Find a mentor that has something about them that you want to work on in yourself, and find somebody who's completely outside the box, so that they can help to kind of shape and cultivate themselves as a person and really learn and grow. When it comes to helping the next generation, again, I am a mentee. I'm a mentor rather, and I am a mentee. I have my own mentors as well that I keep in regular contact with. But I think mentorship is definitely key. Respective to my career, recruitment is my passion. And I, again, look at the idea of, if you want to be a change, you want to see a difference, sometimes you have to step up and be that visual example. So I've really been active and very much in recruitment and talking about what the values are, the culture and shaping the law enforcement, what values you have that you want to see in a public servant, because police officers are public servants as well, but also in helping people understand what leadership looks like and the responsibility of leadership, that it's not necessarily just being out front, the responsibility of you sharing accurate information, evaluating the needs of the people. When Michael was talking, something I wrote down is that ego and engagement. And ego can't exist in engagement. And ego can't really be fully present in leadership if you're trying to be really committed to the people. So that's what I'm currently doing. And it's something I love, and I'm very hopeful to see what our next generation is going to do.
Thank you, Jamie.
I'd like to just jump in there on that question too. Is I like to just tell especially the people who are coming up and that just to tag a little bit on what Jamie talked about also, that there is no one direct path to leadership. There's no one direct path to being engaged in your community and helping things out. I think a lot of it just starts from just where you are and what you see, what is the problem that's in front of you. And while you have to think strategically down the line about other things, but a lot of times, folks, they'll see a problem. Some of the younger folks I talk to, they'll see a problem in front of them. And I'll say, well, what have you done? What are you doing to mitigate that? What are you doing to engage with the people who are doing with that? And they think sometimes because they're young that they can't. And I try to explain to them, no, that's precisely why you can. This is your time. This is your moment, your hour. And I would encourage them, just don't wait for some magic moment. Don't wait till you get the degree. Don't wait till you get the the title or the whatever it is. Don't wait for some magic moment. That magic moment for you is now. That magic moment for you to get involved and to change things in your community is now. Don't wait for some finish line. You should always be striving and moving ahead. And lastly too, in terms of even within my own department, I've worked very hard to diversify every department I've ever had the opportunity to lead. I've worked very hard to make sure that we've increased women in law enforcement, wherever I've worked. And again, like I said, and those folks, and I encourage them. I say, I'm when you're the first African American to do anything, there are certain landmines and things that you have to engage in. And I tell them, I say, you won't have that, coming along, you won't, hopefully you won't have that obstacles to run into, but I need you I say, I've taken the landmines, I need you to run.
Thank you, James. Barry or Taisha?
With youth, oh man. So, interesting enough, in the midst of just, violence in our city, unfortunately, youth are the primary victims as well as the perpetrators. So the majority of the things that we do really do focus on the youth. And in terms of specific working with them, with youth, it's really about just trying to encourage them to find a niche of some sort that really fits them. So, for example, we run something called a Safe Saturday Academy during the school year, and then during the summer we run our Safe Summer Academy. And during that time, we're teaching general leadership skills, and a variety of other different things where we're trying to work with youth to really see what their future looks like. And essentially, a lot of young people we'll find in the city often are very, unfortunately, limited just by their surroundings and what they see every day. But when you really sit with the students or the young people and you hear them talk, you see that they have, huge desires, huge wants, very intelligent. And they think that because they see things on TV or in mainstream media, they think they have to go through a certain niche. If they don't want to just go to school or they don't want to do a particular clear path, that there's, no particular future for them except to just kind of, hang around, but we want to really encourage them that they can really do anything they want to be, and you know, anything that they want to do of a positive nature that they put their minds to, they can do. And we try to do programming around that. We also have a number of our staff members, particularly our outreach team, again, and our social workers. They're working in the schools. They are working around the vicinity of the school, doing protections and things like that at certain times of the year to make sure they just engage in young people and just making sure that they're having conversations with them. And as I said earlier, a lot of them are coming from backgrounds where they didn't have a clear path, but they made paths. And these folks have amazing stories on our team. And they're able to go out and work with, you know, with our young folk and really round them up, you know, just to encourage them in terms of what their next steps are. I put them on paths that show, you know, that they can do anything they want to do. And it doesn't have to be that boring mainstream path, but whatever excites them and whatever floats their boat.
Awesome. Taisha.
So I think everyone hit it, right? I think it's important. If you're interested, ask. Once you ask the right individuals. When you mean well in the work, and you find the right leadership and support and mentor, the work itself will show, right? The genuine interest will show. I think we need to know what our intentions are when wanting to be a part of doing things in our community, right? Because there's activists that don't necessarily do things the right way, and in reality cause a lot of tension, versus individuals who really want to advocate and do the work and know how to go about it. But why? Because they seek that leadership, they seek that mentor that can help them guide them and really get their point across appropriately. And I think that's important, right? Just if you're interested in doing the work, great. Ask, find the right leadership, find the right mentor, find the right organizations that can support you in the process. Find the right professors, right? When you're in class and these thoughts come up, don't let them sit and never settle. If it's coming up, it's for a reason. And, you know, I put my scripture in my bio, and I truly believe it. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you. So therefore, if it's coming up, it's for the right intentions. Just ask before you act. But you know, everyone, like Jamie said, if we want to see change, we have to be that change. It's not just gonna come. So definitely ask, seek, and be coachable, right? Because that's important as well. You can't come into a situation and want to be a part of something but not be coachable in the process. It just becomes a disservice to what you probably have to offer. So yeah, but definitely ask, engage. This is what we're about. And, you know, we need more of that in our community. We need more individuals that are interested in the well-being of our community, our boys and girls, our families, our undocumented families, our organizations. And we definitely need to just continue to build each other up. We need to change the mindset of when one person comes up, we're dragging them down because we want to go up. We can all go up together. We just have to know how to do it and how to go about it.
Amazing, Taisha. Thank you. First and foremost, thank you, Professor Dillard, for moderating this panel as well, born in myself. So I'm excited about this. And, you know, when they make this comment about the great city of Newark, New Jersey, I too, born and raised in the bricks. And, you know, it's amazing that no matter where I go, I do find somebody that either knows about the city or even in the mountains. Oh my goodness, you were from Newark? Who would have thought way up in the mountains? She's like, I went to Barringer High School. So I say that to say that because the TRHT Center is located at Rutgers University, Newark, and one of our mentors who has passed on, Clement Price, used to always say, all roads lead to Newark. And so, and all things lead from Newark, as with Director Walden, who was in the southern part of the state of New Jersey, people from in law enforcement, in education, in the city on the ground, as Barry Ford can attest to. It is absolutely amazing to work with so many people. And I want to thank you all for joining us this day in the National Day of Racial Healing with your lens and your expertise, and continue to do the awesome work that you're doing in your communities, in your families, and in your places of employment. At this particular time, this brings us an end to this particular panel. We will take a break. We'll take a break, but the break you will have a chance to listen to a video of the great mayor of Newark, New Jersey, a spoken word piece that we will play during the break, and get an opportunity to hear some words from him. Please join us at 2 p.m. to where we will hear from the next generation, and those are students who will share stories from the pandemic. We look forward to seeing you joining us for the rest of the afternoon. But at this time, we would like to share a video by Mayor Ras Baraka, What We Want.
What we want. We want to love ourselves freely. Unfettered images of our grandmothers and our dreams. We want to praise our own God. And we want to see his reflection in our children's eyes. We want to draw them blue like jazz with long dreads and thick lips. We want music every day and especially on Sunday. We want dancing to be a prerequisite for success. We want the blues and jazz and funk, rock, soul, hip hop and R&B, and the wealth created from it to be our baby's inheritance. And we want it taught in all elementary schools all over the world. We want to speak for ourselves, we want to represent ourselves, and we don't want no handouts. Yeah, we don't want handouts. We just want everything we created and everything that was created as a result of what we created, and we want it with interest. We need a guaranteed income for all, education like fresh air and food and water and shelter, and be free from sickness and dis-ease. We need long life to collectively oppose death and stagnation. We need ideas and imagination. We should be against hoods like sheeted white ones, the ones that take and keep taking from the meek and often defenseless, even the glorified trap. Yeah, we against the trap too. We need our skies to be free from poison, to be able to breathe in sunshine and feel the wind on our faces. We need to end the war and oppression. We need the people to own their own labor. We need every corner of every country developed and every community empowered. We need it all turned right side up. We need the raw materials from the earth used in poverty anywhere it exists. We need the calluses on our hands and the pains in our lower back to be added to our savings. Yeah, we need healthcare to be free, and information to be free, and ideas to be free, and the news to be free, and learning to be free, and the people to be free. Yeah, the people, they gotta be free too. We need to end slavery in all forms and end exploitation, and we need all the money and all the banks in every part of the world to be used for our collective benefit. Yeah, we need all the money and all the banks in every part of the world to be used for our collective benefit. We need to outlaw lies and teach people's history in all languages from the viewpoint of all of us, not just a few of us. We need to outlaw everyone. We need to outlaw everyone. We need to outlaw everyone who opposes the right for all of us to vote, to be represented, no matter where we are, no matter what language we speak, no matter what God we pray to dismantle the Electoral College. Yeah, we need to dismantle the Electoral College and make racism and white supremacy illegal. We need to ban the Confederate flag and label every monument to genocide with a red letter like that book, or just plain tear them down. And replace them with statues of black and brown women that carried us through the darkest moments of history. We need to destroy all nuclear weapons, but first start with automatic rifles. We need to replace the war on drugs with a war on ignorance. We need to destroy the pipeline of cages and use the savings to develop the human spirit, to treat illness, social, mental, and physical. We need freedom. Not just the Bill of Rights, but rights to build our own lives, to be free from destituteness and hatred and hungry children, free from sickness with cures, underdevelopment and cold winter nights with no heat, free from losing our land, our block, our community, our homes, our family, free from choking to death in our own backyard. And schools that undermine our self-esteem, we need to be free from praising those that lynched us. We need to be free from praising those that lynched us, and free to pray in any language and to anyone we choose. Free to be free how we define it. We need to be free how we define it, and free enough to know that the world is made up of all of us, not just some of us, and that only when all of us are free, none of us will be. And that our collective existence is tied directly to our individual existence, or coexistence with ourselves. Yeah, one big we, one big we, one big giant outrageous we. This is what we want and what we need. This is what we want and what we need, what we want and what we need, and we want it now. We want it now at this very moment, this second. This is what we want and what we need, the now, the now, the now and the forever and the now and the forever and the now, the forever now. We want it, we want it, we want it, what we want and what we need, what we want and what we need, what we need and want and need and want and need, like a shower all over our body, like a shower all over our body. We want it like the sunshine kissing our faces. Yeah, like the sunshine kissing our faces.
Don't you be afraid.
No fear.
Change is on its way.
Change is on its way.
Yeah. Oh, my brother, my sister, my children of the world. Change is on its way.
Change is on its way. Yeah.
I know that sometimes we get rainy days, and the clouds make it seem like it's not okay.
Sunshine. Yeah.
But know that after the rain comes sunshine.
Sunshine.
And everything gonna be alright. Oh yes it will. We
get up.
Conquer the hate with love.
Get up.
Oh yes we will.
Get up.
I know that we
Get up.
conquer the hate with love.
Get up.
A steady humming. Heartbeats from the bottom of the Atlantic, tired screams, midnight horror stories dangling from trees. We's tired, hands broken, wealth built and we never seen. We's tired of lynching and lies, turning our pain into smiles, our hurt into dance, tired of sacrificing our babies' dreams to make you feel comfortable. We's tired of kneeling and nodding, winning but losing, first but last, and we can't even raise our fist at a football game. Yeah, we can't even raise our fist at a football game. Hell, we can't even raise our fist at a football game. So this is what we want. We want to love ourselves freely. We want to speak for ourselves. We don't want handouts. We just want everything we created and everything that was created as a result of what we created, and we want it with interest. We want to outlaw racism and white supremacy and ban the Confederate flag. We want to be free from images that undermine our self-esteem, and we don't want to get choked to death in our own backyard. Yeah, this is what we want. Yeah, this is what we want, like one big we, like one big we, one big outrageous we, one big outrageous we, yeah, and we want an apology. We want an apology for Kaepernick at the start of the season, for sacrificing him on an altar of hatred and indifference, and we want it all added to our savings, reparations repaired for centuries with the calluses on our hands and the pains in our lower back, yeah, this is what we want and what we need, yeah, this is what we want and what we need, yeah, this is what we want and what we need, what we want and what we need, what we want and what we need, what we want and need, what need, and we need it now, we need it now, we need it now.
We
get up.
Conquer the hate with love.
Get up.
Oh yes we will.
Get up.
I know that we
get up.
Conquer the hate with love.
It's not now. When?
I always enjoy the video of watching Mayor Baraka talking about what we want, not just in the city of Newark, but as a people, all races, all ethnicities, gender, sexual orientation, religion, political ideology. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing: to be seen, to be heard as human beings. The Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center at Rutgers University, Newark, is fortunate to be located in the city of Newark, New Jersey. Our theme is not to just be in Newark, but we are of Newark. It is an opportunity where the leaders, political, business, healthcare, cultural institutions, all come together as part of a anchor institution council. The leaders like Nancy Cantor, John Schreiber, the prudential leadership, they meet to discuss the goals and the mission along with the mayor and where we're going as a city. They're not just an institution in the city, they are part of the movement, the transformation that is occurring in the city. We're fortunate to be able to collaborate with institutions like the New Jersey Performing Arts Center, where funding comes from Prudential. Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Beth Israel Hospital is a part of the conversation as well. The University Hospital right here in the city of Newark, a trauma teaching hospital where they are engaged in educating and bringing awareness to the residents in the city of Newark. We're fortunate also to have, under the leadership of Ryan Hager, the New Jersey Institute of Social Justice, having conversations about reparation for New Jersey residents. The wealth gap in the state of New Jersey is one of the largest between whites and blacks, between whites and Hispanics. The long history of institutional slavery has created a wealth gap that is absolutely unsustainable. So his team is leading the conversation on what does reparations look like in the state of New Jersey. Audible took on the leadership of ensuring our small businesses may remain open during the pandemic. They took on the leadership of providing food for residents in the city of Newark. We're having conversations with Panasonic of being a more inclusive partner in the work that they do, leading the way. Our mayor was responsible for monuments that represented oppression were removed and replaced with monuments that are inclusive of the entire community. The city of Newark is a community of arts and activism. Individual performers, organizations, institutions, all highlighting the performing and visual arts. But in that meantime, sharing a story, promoting social change. So for those who are not familiar with the great city of Newark, New Jersey, come and visit us. We are fortunate to be able to work and collaborate, not just to be in Newark as a center, but to be of Newark. So continue to enjoy the rest of our events this afternoon. We will have a panel from students at 2 p.m. In this moment, we'll take a break. Enjoy the music.
There's never been a better time to upgrade your dentures. We do anything to make you smile. Book today.
Welcome back. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, my name is Sharon Stroy, the Director of the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center at Rutgers University, Newark, and you are engaging in the sixth annual National Day of Racial Healing. A little while ago, we just engaged in an awesome discussion with professionals talking about public engagement in healing. As we all have encountered the last 2 years of the COVID pandemic, some of the people that have been most impacted by this pandemic have been students and young people. So I thought it was extremely important that we get a chance to hear from them. You will hear stories from students about the things they did, created, or accomplished that provided them relief from the isolation of being inside or working remote. Students will also provide recommendations on how to manage their healing as we are witnessing the positive cases of COVID increasing. It is my honor and pleasure to say that this panel is the brainchild of one of our participants, TT Afolabi, who you'll hear more about. The leadership of the TRHT Center at Rutgers University, Newark is an advisory committee made up of myself, staff members, undergraduate and graduate students, and community members who volunteer their time to design, facilitate, and implement programming. So I am extremely honored that we were able to implement something from one of our very own students. I will have the opportunity, I am taking the pleasure of introducing the moderator as well as the bios of our panelists, and then turn it over to them to share their thoughts about stories from the pandemic, managing their healing. Our moderator for this session is Dominique Graham. Dominique serves as the Senior Program Coordinator and Counselor for the NJ STEP Mountain View community at Rutgers University, New Brunswick. Dominique's public service and education spans over a decade, where she had held various roles in student support services, project evaluation, and research in higher education. Dominique also serves as a trained TRHT facilitator, engaging communities such as NJ STEP, City of Newark's Office of Violence Prevention and Trauma Recovery, and a member of the Rutgers Diversity Education Network. Dominique is currently a doctoral student. She earned a master's degree in learning, cognition, and development, and a bachelor's degree in biological sciences. She is deeply committed to improving the access and opportunity gap for systems impacted learners while helping to transform lives through racial healing. It is my pleasure to bring to the stage Dominique Graham. Our first panelist is Hassan Abdul Sabor. Hassan is a fourth generation Newarker in the Central and South Ward. He currently resides in downtown Newark. Hassan is the co-founder of the Newark Historical Renaissance Ride, founder of the Historically Black College and University Scholarship Ride. Hassan currently serves as a community aide to Central Ward Councilwoman LaMonica McIver in the city of Newark. He is a proud father, a social justice activist, a social entrepreneur, loves hip hop, and currently completing his undergraduate degree in public and nonprofit administration in the School of Public Affairs and Administration at Rutgers University, Newark. Welcome to the stage, Hassan.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Born and raised in Newark, New Jersey, TT Afolabi is a graduate of Science Park High School and is currently a junior at Rutgers University, Newark, with a major in political science and a double minor in social justice and women and gender studies. She has worked as an English tutor with the Abbott Leadership Institute, an organization that empowers parents, students, educators, and community advocates through information about public school reform and knowledge of effective methods of family engagement in schools in Newark. She is an active community member currently serving as the intern for the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center, the center that focuses on strengthening the collective knowledge and wisdom of diverse communities in and of the city of Newark. The center also engages in an arc of interacting programming designed to change the narrative about race and race relations throughout the state of New Jersey. She has volunteered with NDORH on public interest projects such as voting advocacy and college students, and also interned with the Intercultural Resource Center at Rutgers Newark as an LGBTQ plus peer mentor and activist. She is currently a student journalist and news editor for her school's paper, The Observer, writing primarily on political issues. In addition, she is a new member of the Bold Women's Leadership Network, a pioneering program cultivating courageous leadership in young women during their collegiate education, college years, and beyond. Currently on a pre-law track, she hopes to attend law school with interests in health and employment law. Overall, TT utilizes her passion for social justice, politics, and community building to advocate for marginalized groups. Welcome to the stage, TT. Please excuse me if I pronounce her name wrong. We want to honor the correct pronunciation of people's names. Favor Essequibo is a senior honors living learning community scholar at Rutgers University, Newark. She is a social work major with a minor concentration in social justice. Favor is passionate about her journey in advocating for mental health and social justice issues. In her current position as a social work intern at Barringer High School right here in the city of Newark, Favor uses the opportunity to impact the lives of marginalized adolescents with the hope to bring a little light into their lives. During the fall semester, she co-facilitated an HLLC class called Navigating Spaces, Places, and Identities, where she led conversations about a diverse area of topics from intersectionality to gender identities. Favor has worn many hats, but she takes pride and joy in being a constant learning and impacting lives in various ways. Welcome to the stage, Favor. Gongsha Kilavasku Ecker is currently a sophomore at the Borough of Manhattan Community College, obtaining a business administration undergraduate degree. Her interests include learning another language and using this to work for an international company. The next step in her career is to transfer to a four-year college where she'll be able to continue her education and obtain a bachelor's degree. Gongsha currently lives in Manhattan and in her free time enjoys doing volunteer work at the New York Cares nonprofit organization. With this project, she has delivered food to seniors. Attending this organization helps her to stay active, explore the city and her community. Another project that she's currently working on is Zooming with her 9-year-old niece who lives in their home country. She is teaching her English, conversation, and grammar. And since she loves math, she also helps other students with their calculus programs. So even in living here in the United States, being able to be a volunteer internationally is one of the things Gongsha loves to do. It is my pleasure to welcome Dominic Graham as the moderator and the panelists for Stories from the Pandemic.
Thank you so much, Director Stroy, for the introductions and for inviting me to this space. Thank you also to our panelists for engaging in this very important conversation today entitled Stories from the Pandemic, Managing Our Healing. Now, Director Stroy summed it up, but 2 years later, after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, you all know that our communities, our families were faced with the exacerbated impact that it has in our academic, personal, and professional lives. We are here today to learn how students, who are the next generation of leaders, are healing in action. Today's conversation will focus on students' lived experience and how they have prevailed from life challenges that have surfaced over the last years. I'll be asking a series of questions to all panelists, and our conversation will be followed by a Q&A from the audience. We encourage everybody that is tuned in to use the chat feature to submit a question for our panel today. Now let's get started. So for my first question, I would like for each and every one of you to please reintroduce yourself, including your name and/or pronouns, your current major, and why being a part of this panel is important to you. And anyone can go first.
I guess I will start. I didn't want to skip the ladies in the room, but yes, I will start. So my name is Hassan Abdul Sabor. I'm a junior at Rutgers. I major in public administration, and I thought today was the racial healing theme caught me, and it's important that we are able to discuss in an academic setting, in a communal setting, all the things that go on in our community, because we do need healing from it. And if we talk about healing, we must talk about the thing that causes the pain. And a lot of times we don't like doing that because it upsets folks. It makes people feel uncomfortable, but we can't talk about healing without talking about the root causes of the pain. So I hope we get into a little bit of the root causes, because we could always discuss how we healed from it or whatever. If we break our leg or something, we're like, okay, the doctor put a cast on, but how did you break your leg? The steps were broken. So if we never, correct the actual cause of this pain, then, we'll always be having this conversation. But yes, that's why I thought it was important. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Hassan.
I can chime in. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is TT Afalabi. I am currently a junior at Rutgers Newark, studying political science and also minoring in women's and gender studies as well as social justice. This panel is extremely important to me as an intern for the center. I've learned a lot about the importance of healing and recognizing our shared humanity as individuals. And I think throughout this pandemic, one of the things that has been missing is talking about how we heal and how we move forward. Obviously it's not going to be a post-pandemic world for a while, but it's definitely important to think about the centrality of healing in this work.
Thank you so much again for that, TT.
I can jump in. Hey everyone, my name is Favor Izuchukwu. I am a current senior at Rutgers University, studying social work as a major and social justice as a minor through the HLC. I do think this conversation was very important. When Director Stroyer brought it up to me, I thought it was very interesting because, like TT said, and we haven't really sat down to have conversations about the intersection between race and healing in the pandemic. And I think even as a situation that we're still currently in, it is important to navigate what that looks like for students at Rutgers University who, everyone knows the Newark campus is so diverse that includes people of different ethnicities and class. And this conversation would probably be the start of many important conversations that need to be had as people who are still trying to navigate the pandemic.
Thank you, Favor. And Kanka? I think that Ganka is having some technical issues right now. She says she can't hear us. Okay. We're going to bring you backstage and we're going to work on that, Ganka, okay? We're going to work through that. All right. Thank you, everybody, for contributing. All right. So then let's just go on. Let's talk about, the root causes. Now, Hassan had mentioned earlier. So thinking further, the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely interrupted life in 2020, and it remains a public health factor in 2021 and now in 2022. I want each of you to talk about one challenge that you have faced due to the pandemic and how you were able to bounce back from that situation. Favor, do you want to start us off this time?
Absolutely. A major struggle for me during the pandemic, even still continuing, was mental health for me. As someone I am a first generation college student, and then I transferred to Rutgers University with my associate in September of 2020. So that was the COVID semester that I like to call it. We were all at home trying to navigate what Zoom looks like, trying to put our mics on and cameras on and seeing if the background of the house was like clean enough for class that day. So being in that situation, and then most people don't like to mention it, but the financial effect of being in a pandemic and what that looks like for you who's a first generation college student. You never stop. There's no break. There is no work from home and try to relax. There is nothing like that for you because you still have to navigate going to school and making sure you're okay financially at the end of the day. So that was a big struggle for me, having to navigate all of that from a mental health perspective. And as someone who is such a big advocate for mental health issues, I do the opposite of the advice that I give. I like to admit that. I encourage people to seek help and go to therapy and talk to people and rely on their support system. But for me, when it comes to actually doing the work for myself, it's nearly impossible for me to take a break and actually self-care. So the pandemic was a necessary wake-up call for me because I started working with students at Barringer High School, and these are students who are highly marginalized. And I'm looking at them like, I can't help you because I don't have anything to offer. I know the theories, I could pass the classes, I could teach somebody else, but inside of me, there was something that was lacking because I had not healed. I had not addressed the generational trauma and the generational issues that came with just being an immigrant, a first-gen student, one of the oldest in the household. So going to therapy during the pandemic was one of the eye-opening moments for me. And in that moment, it was like, oh my God, like what have I missed? Why did I not think about doing this for the longest time? And it's just that wake-up call from the severe decline of my mental health, just from being isolated from everybody, was kind of the push that I needed to start going to therapy.
Thank you so much, Favor. And before we move on to the next panelist, I just want to acknowledge and just really commend you for sharing that and being open and transparent. Definitely during the pandemic, it was a moment of stillness for everyone, and everyone really seek to the value of mental health. So kudos to you, and thank you for sharing that. Ganka, are you back with us? Can we hear you?
Yes, I'm back. I'm really sorry.
No worries. No apologies. No
Hi,
expectation.
everyone. Sorry, I had a little issue with my internet. So I'm Gonja Kilos Ecker. I'm currently studying business administration at Borough of Manhattan Community College, and I live in Manhattan. So one of the biggest challenge for me, I always said that I will go to school. So my home country is Turkey, and I never get a chance to go to school in my country after high school. So when I moved to United States like 7 years ago, I was telling myself like every day, I will go to school, but never happened until COVID hit. And I realized like I don't do anything for myself. Like I don't educate myself. Yes, I learned how to speak English, but I didn't know how to write. So during COVID, I wanted to improve my English, and everything being in Zoom, it was really hard for me. I was like watching professors, like what do they say? Do I understand? It was challenging, but I am now in the level that I'm graduating. So yes, I'm excited, and I was so happy to be in this panel, or I was so happy when Professor Sharon invited me. I was like, yes, I'm doing something good, and I did something good for myself, and I want to share my story so everybody can do. If you want to do whatever you want to do, it's not impossible. You just have to put effort in it.
Thank you so much, Ganka. And I'm happy that the audio, when we worked through that issue and got you on. Hassan, Titi, what about you? What has a challenge that you faced during the pandemic and how you were able to bounce back from this situation?
I can jump in. I think for me, one of the biggest challenges I've faced throughout the pandemic is actually dealing with loss and navigating that. I don't think that a lot of people have talked about experiences of grief throughout the pandemic because there has been so much loss, whether that has been a physical person, people have lost people, jobs, homes, things of that nature. And I think in the midst of a pandemic where everyone is going through a challenge, in their homes, wherever they might be living, but dealing with grief is one of the hardest things to do, especially with the, quarantine nature. Everyone was at home, everyone was stuck in the house. And even now, we're still distancing and masking up. And so trying to manage losing people, but also, having to move forward and try to get on with your life and your academics and trying to chase your goals, it is very difficult to do. But I think now, I'm very grateful for like support systems that we have, whether that be my friends or that be my family, because those are the people that I can depend on despite the still real nature of COVID-19 and other variants out here. So I think the biggest challenging has been managing loss of opportunity, of people, of jobs, of homes, of income. And that is, I think, a shared experience, even though we don't talk about it. And it feels isolating sometimes when you're dealing with losses.
Thank you, TT, for sharing that. Hassan?
Yes. I think one of my biggest challenges was, I work in for the councilman of the Central Ward. So we deal with constituent services. So how do I service that community? So we deal with a lot of folks who need things, food, health services. So how do we do that in this, pandemic that we were living through? So we hosted a lot of community meetings. What does that look like now? People needing food. And so I never really stopped. I never had a chance to quarantine and be in the house. I literally probably worked every day of the pandemic, whether it was inside or outside. I really, have been on, for lack of a better word, the front line. And I don't want to give myself some, not like a first responder or something like that, but I was in the community every day. So like, just to piggyback off what TT said, dealing with loss on top of that. So we're going through a pandemic and we're seeing people, literally die around us, several. I've never known, probably 10 to 12 people that I knew personally, pass away due to the virus. So not even having a chance to really slow down, and I'm reflecting on it now, but it's kind of crazy that we had to just keep moving, and that sometimes is like a metaphor for life. Things don't stop because of death, because of this. So just learning, and we're still learning to move on, because like you said, when we went back to class, that was one of the things I did during the pandemic, is say, hey, why don't I try going back to school in the middle of this pandemic? So, going to school and making sure you're vaccinated and all of these things. So it was definitely, I think she brought up some good points about mental health, and it was very challenging. But one thing I didn't do really is stop to reflect on it, because I think it would have probably overwhelmed me to know exactly that we're in a global pandemic and we're pushing through it. We had never did Zoom before like this, or the most we did was Skype or FaceTime, and now it's like you're on a meeting with hundreds of people. And actually, I think Zoom and these things are kind of more effective. It takes the human side out of it, but scheduling a meeting on Zoom is a lot easier schedule wise than it is trying to get everybody into the room at one time. So I think that was one of my biggest challenges, is how do we serve the residents of Newark by keeping myself safe and making sure that, I don't bring anything home to my family. So that was my biggest challenge.
Thank you, Hassan, for sharing that. And then just hearing your stories, I jotted a couple of things down that kind of resonated with me. Loss, grief, the inability to build capacity, overworked, frontline worker, financial, and food insecurities. These are all major, major things that you faced and you've been working with individuals that faced during the pandemic. And it's important to understand also how you were able to mitigate that. So thank you so much for sharing it. And it's a good segue into our next question of how have you managed your own healing over the last year? Anyone can start us off first.
I could just jump right into it. Like I had mentioned before, going to therapy was the work, like the majority of the work that I did in therapy. In a sense, to me, it feels almost like a friendship, but of course, like a paid friendship in some type of way, a paid professional friendship where I understand the basics of social work as a social work intern who's in my final year, but there's also my therapist who's a licensed clinical social worker. So it's like two best friends bouncing off of each other from like theories that we know professionally. And it's just incredible to like take that step back from being the front runner, from being the person on the opposite side of the table who's helping. So for the first time in my life, it's like I feel like I'm the one being helped. I'm the one addressing, like TT said, the loss. I'm the one addressing the stress that financial issues brings on you. I'm the one addressing academic concerns or just like whatever it is that you're going through. It just helped me to just sit down and reflect and not be the person who's like there for the other individual on the other end. So therapy was the major part of it, and just learning new things, establishing boundaries, taking a break, learning how to self-care. And for someone who's like in my 20s, I'm about to graduate, it's like these are things I've never really done, and then to try them for the first time, like I said, in the middle of the pandemic where you're not able to take a break from anything, but realizing how much you do need to take a break and reinforcing that with employees and professors and friends. That has been majority of the work around me, and I'm noticing how much impact that's making overall in my life, just deciding to do something different from what I would usually have done.
Thank you, Favor.
I can jump in. I echo a lot of what Favor said, I think, because one of the things I've learned throughout, the pandemic and just as an undergrad student is like, as students, we're very ambitious. We have a lot of goals. We have aspirations. We know we're taking 18 credits here. We're working 2 jobs here, internship here, trying to volunteer. Like we're doing a lot of things, but going and going and going, you eventually start to experience like burnout and being drained and being pulled in so many different directions and having to, tuggle or juggle all those things. It can get overwhelming, especially when COVID is added on top of that. And I think throughout the pandemic and then having to suddenly go virtual and be on Zoom for classes, but also trying to do everything that you were doing before the pandemic, it became a lot more difficult because mental health and family issues, start building up. And so I think one of the biggest things is giving yourself grace, but also other people grace has been the biggest lesson I've learned to manage my own healing. Because if I do not allow myself to step back and tell, TT, you're doing a lot, this is a hard time, everyone's going through a pandemic, then you will just keep going and eventually get drained by that. So I think giving yourself and others grace and just being real with one another that this is a hard time. We're still going through loss. We're still going through challenges, but we're going to eventually get to the next point in our lives. That's the biggest lesson for me because, we're still in college or whatever. We have goals, but we have to take a step back and realize that there is still a lot going on in the world within our own families, but for everyone else as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, TT.
I can go next. So I definitely agree with TT because in my first semester, I was doing the same thing, even though I know I want to really get my degree, but in a really good GPA. But I realized that I'm really burning myself. So this wasn't helping me. So I decided I should slow down, learn to heal myself. In this way, I met Professor Stroye, where she taught me, it was an assignment, but where I learned about New York Cares, which I always wanted to do something for my community, but I was never able to, or maybe I didn't really do research on it. But after learning about New York Cares, I started helping some people in my neighborhood, and I was exploring my neighborhood that I never been to. Sometimes, like, oh, this street is beautiful. I didn't even know that, because I was just maybe lazy or something was wrong with me, but I wasn't doing that what I supposed to do. So it really helped me for my health and like keep me motivated. Like I have something that I should look forward to. And as you in the introduction, you mentioned I have a 9 years old niece, and in my country unfortunately we don't really pay attention that we should learn another language. We don't realize that it will be helpful for the future. Now I'm trying to teach her basic grammar, or she can be comfortable with learning how to answer. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I did, and I'm still continue doing that. And yeah, that's what I learned.
Thank you, Konka.
Ms. Graham, what was the original question? I want to make
Yes.
sure I'm answering correctly.
Yes, the question: how have you managed your own healing over the last year?
I manage my own healing by giving. Honestly, like I feel that the more I give, the better I am. The more opportunity it is for me to receive. So, one of the things that I did do during the pandemic in 2020, like really in the middle of the pandemic, is I started a HBCU scholarship bike ride. So, I started my journey obviously after high school a long time ago at Howard University. And I didn't complete it because, at the age of 18, 19, 20, I knew everything that I could possibly need to know in the world. I knew more than everything. So I wasn't a good listener. And I just, I had that Newark chip on my shoulder. So I never completed Howard. I left at the end of my sophomore year. So a friend of mine called me up and said his niece from California was struggling to pay $21,000, and could I donate? So I donated probably like $100 to her GoFundMe. But I always wanted to ride my bike to DC, my pedal bike. I don't want people to think I was on a motorcycle. So I always wanted to ride my bike to DC. So I said, hey, I'm gonna start up a page for her and see how much money we can raise for her. And everybody was like, hey, it's the middle of the pandemic. And at the time we really couldn't. It was when certain states were still off limits. So like Delaware was off limits and certain places were off limits, but I just felt the need to do it at that time. And I don't know why I was so strong and why I was in the middle of a pandemic, but I really felt the need to do it. So I ended up riding to DC with myself and 4 other brothers from Newark. We rode to DC. We stopped in Philly, Delaware, and then finally in DC. And we raised like something, I think like $6,800, close to $7,000 for this young lady. And then last year, folks said, hey, do it again. And we ended up riding again to DC for 2 Newark students this time, because I said, if I'm going to give, it's going to be for somebody from my hometown. So we ended up riding for 2 Newark students, Kyle Washington and Janae Tucker. And we gave them $10,000 a piece towards their education. And we ended up having 36,000 or like 38,000, and we ended up giving 2 more kids like 1,000 a piece and paying for some things. So that's how I manage, by giving and recognizing what I have and all my resources. I just had to. That's part of my mental health. Coping is giving, because when you have the least, most likely you have the greatest amount to give, and that's even that's not even like just a saying. That's the truth. People in poverty and poor folks and working class people, we give the most. Sometimes it's not the dollar amount, but it's just the giving part. People who volunteer at soup kitchens, or what the young lady is doing over in New York, and what these women are doing, volunteering their time at schools and stuff like that. But just when you have nothing in your worst moment, you can always give. You know what I mean? You give your time. So I think that's the greatest lesson that I learned in this pandemic, and what's helped me through this pandemic is constantly, like I said, constantly giving. Whether the mayor was giving out 1 million meals in these last 2 years and working that, or doing an HBCU scholarship ride, or helping somebody else out. But that's kind of been my pathway to maintaining a level of sanity with folks dying around you, and constantly changing of CDC guidelines, and not being able to see your family when you want to, you know what I mean, and not being able to spend holidays in isolation. I did it through riding my bike, because that's probably the safest way to exercise during this pandemic, was being outside in the open air and things like that. So I hope I wasn't too long with that, but my pathway was giving, really.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that, Hassan. Healing in action. True story right there. On the bike ride from Newark to DC. So thank you so much for sharing that. And thank you all for sharing how you managed your healing over the last year. We're going to segue into our next question. And for this one, panelists, if you can do me a favor and close your eyes. We're going to do some reimagining. Okay. So I want you to close your eyes for a moment, and let's reimagine the future of our communities. Think of it as 2023 and the COVID-19 pandemic is behind us. How might our cities look, feel, or heal while recovering from the pandemic? Now open your eyes. Anyone can start us off.
All right, I'm gonna jump in there. I think that was like the hardest question, just like imagining the pandemic that we've like lived in for the past 2 years completely behind us. That is something really hard to do. And I don't want to go on the Debbie Downer side of it, like, oh, these are the residues or whatever. So the first thing that came to my mind on a positive side was arts, like making a comeback. I think art is a great way to express oneself. Even in the field of social work, we use art therapy as a way of expressing ourselves and showing our emotions. And I think post-pandemic, like art is going to be beautiful. And when I say art, I mean just beyond painting and drawing, like fashion. I've seen amazing fashion that came out of the pandemic. I've seen amazing music and movies, and just people coming together to collaborate to tell stories. Just as we are sitting here, like speaking is a form of art that not everybody has. And creating conversations and being creative with choosing topics that would incite emotions in people. I think there's going to be a great range of collaboration in being able to tell our stories and being able to address whatever it is that came up during the pandemic that was ignored because we were literally all fighting for our lives. So I think that's one of the greatest and most positive possibilities that's going to come out of a time when we're done with the whole mask and everything. Yeah.
Thank you, Favor.
How I see it, or my dream, is that all of this education that's given on this campus, that all these classes that these folks take, these young students, these great minds, that somehow they go back to their communities. Hopefully a lot of them are from Newark, and you utilize that education to really change your community, because there's no use in getting an MBA from Rutgers and not opening up a business on Bergen Street, or getting, learning about all these nonprofits, you know what I mean, or how to do things and how to fix things. And you have, and I'm speaking to all the colleges, not just Rutgers, but NJIT, Berkeley, Essex County. Utilize that education and come back to your communities and make a difference. And not only a difference for your immediate family, but I always use an example. My nephew got an engineering degree from Villanova, and I say, he works for Panasonic, and we're all very proud of him. And I say, well, how could you use that engineering degree to fix the, raggedy street that your mother lives on? And I'm talking about not house, but street. The street is falling apart and dilapidated. And how do you utilize that education that you receive to better yourself and your community? So that's my hope and dream, that coming out of this pandemic, that we realize this MBA that you're going to get from Rutgers, the law degree that you're going to get from Seton Hall, whatever schools you go to, how do you use that education to improve your communities? Because I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but if you don't, and the only thing you can do is take it and stand in line and wait for somebody to give you a job, then it's a waste. If you can't do anything, if you're from Newark like I am, and I'm proud to say almost a fifth generation Norker, but my grandfather wasn't, my great great grandfather wasn't born here. He migrated here from the South. So, to say that, and hey, all of my kids have these wonderful degrees and our block looks the same, or you didn't use that MBA to open up a business or something like that. So I would hope out of this pandemic, we realize the importance of community, of having strong communities, and you use these degrees to strengthen those communities and not only build up and work for whatever IBM for 30 years and you get a watch. You know what I mean? So I would hope that and I love hearing all of you guys are younger than me, obviously, but I love hearing about you working in Westside High School and giving back and things like that. Utilize your education to uplift your community, not only increase, your net worth or, your paycheck or your bottom line. Utilize that education. So I hope kids come out of this, or students, I shouldn't say kids. I hope students come out of this pandemic and really start thinking of how can I use this degree to better myself along with my community.
Thank you so much, Hassan, for sharing that. TT?
Yeah, I really resonate with what Hassan and Favor said. I think it's interesting, like throughout the pandemic, from what I've done and what I've seen, there has been a lot of community action and activism from people who are marginalized, like Black and brown people. Low income folks are the ones that are, even young students are ones that are starting small organizations and starting small food drives to give back to community centers or community members or whatnot. And I think it's so powerful because we're so used to relying on institutions or the government or America to solve our problems, but throughout the pandemic we've seen that hasn't been a solution. And so we have, as young people and people from urban communities like Newark, have taken it upon ourselves to start small organizations and give out to people when we can and how we can. And I think that's what I hope to continue to see past the pandemic, whenever that is, because it's already going strong now. And I think it's something that I look forward to continuing to see from my community members and, continuing myself to put that work into my community.
Very well said.
Thank you. Agreed. Ganka?
So yes, I look forward to see people smile. I really miss that because through mask you can't really see. It's kind of making me sad because I know I can feel people smiling, even though things were bad. But we know we all try to heal ourselves in a different way, as we've been hearing the stories. They were amazing stories. So I'm just hoping, as Hassan said, if we learn to give it back It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be money. If we give time to people, listen. I just remember this part. I had a classmate who is 18 years old, and he's having issues with his family life. And I was just texting him to see him if he's okay, if he needs help with his assignments or so on. So I thought if we can just help one person in a day or, in our community, even though we don't have to see the person. I never seen this classmate in person. He never put his camera on, but I know it in deep down I'm helping him, or I helped him at some point. So I'm hoping it will be like this. It was always like this at some point, but after COVID, we all realized that it will be better. We will help each other in a better way. I'm hoping, and it will happen. It's not I'm hoping, it will happen. I know.
Yes, it will happen. And thank you so much for tackling that question. I know that it was difficult, maybe a little ambitious for 2023. However, you guys all really showed that in thinking about a new life, a new way of world, we really want to be more deliberate about what we're doing as far as our academics and our journey and our degrees that we're getting, and really trying to strengthen our community. So thank you all for sharing that. We do have some questions that are coming in from the audience, and I will share one right now. A question to everyone is, what advice would you give to the leaders as you complete your degree to foster healing and action? Anyone can start us off.
Repeat that question again, to the leaders.
Yes. What advice would you give to the leaders as you complete your degree to foster healing and action? So what can leaders do to ensure that the spaces really make room for the capacity for everyone to heal?
I think the biggest thing would be giving people the opportunity in the first place, because there's no chance of creating change. There's no chance of healing. There's no chance of fostering conversations if the right people aren't given the opportunity in the first place. The only reason a lot of us are here, I know for me, for instance, the only reason I'm able to go to Rutgers is that someone believed in me enough to give me the opportunity to be in the HLC, to get free housing and get scholarships and have access to completing my education, where I could turn around to make use of that education to impact lives. The difference between me and somebody else in society is that opportunity that was given to me in the first place. So when you do give people the opportunity to step up, when you give them the chance to have access to these resources that are available to them in society, we see a whole new change happening. But the first step is giving people the opportunity, give them the opportunity to speak, to try to make an impact, to try to create change, to try to push the conversations, to ask questions. Give people the opportunity, and then you could see how change could happen. So we're talking about healing, and say the leaders, for instance, most people who are at the top weren't impacted financially by the pandemic, and they can't relate to financial struggles during the pandemic. But when you do give the opportunity to someone who was, to speak on it, to address it, to tell you their stories, then you begin to realize exactly how we could create change in society. But you wouldn't know until that opportunity is given to someone who actually does know. So it's okay to step back and let somebody else lead the conversation. And the difference between you and that person is just the opportunity to do it in the first place.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Favor.
I can jump in. I think one of the things I've recently been thinking about is I'm still, a college student, and I know a lot of people who are, starting college or, in college now. And I think one of the things that is often missing in getting a degree, whatever that degree might be in, whether it is political science, biology, business, administration, like thinking about how you can use your degree to benefit your community and where you grew up. Because oftentimes as young people or people from urban areas, we're like trying to move on out, like get out of the community, get out of where we like were born and raised in, and not thinking about how we can give back to our community and how we were, also affected by, marginalization in that way. So I feel like we should be using our degree and thinking about how our degree can be used to bring benefit and help to people beyond ourselves, because it's selfish to think about how you can move on out without thinking about how you can, give back to people who are in need because you were once in need probably. And so I think that's my biggest thing is whatever your degree might be, and think about how you can use it to do change or create change in your community like Newark.
Thank you, TT. Kanka or Hassan, any thoughts about that question?
I think the two young ladies summed it up perfectly, but I just don't look for, I always look within myself to start things. And I kind of, this just the older me not looking for, say, a leader or a particular person to do something. And I always say that working for a public official like the councilwoman, people call up and say, hey, I want, her to do this. And I always say, well, you live in that neighborhood. Why can't you and your neighbor do it? And sometimes I get, fire for that. You know what I'm saying? And people are like, no, I want her to do it. And I think whatever the person asked in the group is, in the as a question, look within yourself and start within yourself to do things, and it'll always catch on, and the people at the top, they'll see whatever it is, the leaders in your, school, whether it's the school president, whether it's the dean of the school, whoever it is, local leaders, local officials, if the community, whether that's the school community, local community, whatever, LGBTQ community, whatever community it is, start from within there. You know what I mean? And as my mentor used to say, one prairie spark or one spark could start a prairie fire. So it's always the individual. I always look at those questions and say, what are you doing as the individual? And sometimes we don't think we have enough courage to do something. And that's why we look to other people. But I always, if I see anybody, I've never met one person in my life who literally couldn't do something that somebody else did. It's just the fact if they have courage to start it. You know what I mean? The difference between you and whoever President Biden is that President Biden probably had the courage, and not only courage, but he had a whole systemic system. But we're not going to get into that. We're just going to say he had the apparatus to push him forward. But we have to look within ourselves and not look outward to start anything. If I want to start a support group, I'm gonna, you can go on Facebook and say, hey, kids who lost their bike at 12, and it's 1 million people who lost their bikes at 12, and it was some traumatic experience that could glue you guys together. So now I kind of, I always look within myself to do something first, and then people are kind of, latch on from there. I hope I answered the question, or that's what it was in line with.
Oh, absolutely. And there's no right or wrong way to answer these questions. I think that Hassan, you really tied it all together nicely, because as we've kind of just experienced in all of your stories and things that you've mentioned today in this conversation, you all had to look inward to kind of answer a lot of these questions and unsettling things that kind of came up during the last couple of years. And then, as Favor and TT mentioned, this access and opportunity that also afforded a lot of things, not only for you in your personal lives, but also thinking about community and bridging different gaps. So thank you all for tying that together. That was the question that we had from the Q&A. Kanka, you're good on that? I didn't want to leave you out. Okay.
Yes, I think everybody answered greatly, and I don't want to ruin the perfect explanation.
So I do have one more question as we wrap up our conversation today. What would be one tip of advice that you would give youth today to uplift them and to really help them get through and seek past different challenges that might surface for them during the pandemic? So one tip that you would give to youth today.
I would.
Please
go ahead.
go ahead.
I was going to use my seniority only in age to start this off with, but the one tip that I would give the youth, and my daughter's a junior at Montclair now, and she always says to me, "Oh, I want to do this, but I think it's too late." It's never too late to start. Most of you guys are 17, 18, 19, 20. If you realize how young that was, you can make a career change. You could go back, you could get your degree at 22 and go back and get another degree and start your bachelor's all over again in the medical field. It's never too late to start anything. So I always get a little bit disheartened when I hear younger people tell me, it's too late, or they think they missed this opportunity. And if you only knew how much time you have, and I'm a living example of it's never too late. Like, I had 2 kids, my son graduated from college and my daughter's a junior. And I was like, hold on, I can't let my 2 youngest kids beat me and get their degrees. So I'm 46 years old, 47. And I said, I'm going back to school. You know what I'm saying? And that started my journey. So the time when it's too late is when you're in the grave. If you have breath in your body, and I want to give a shout out. My great aunt turned 100 today. She was born in 1922, so she turned 100 today. She reads 4 to 5 books a week, and she says that's her key to longevity, is keeping her mind sharp. So it's never too late to learn, and it's never. Please don't ever say that. Please don't think you can't. The time is always right to start. You know what I mean? And you starting is the first step. So that's my advice to young people. You can have a 1.5 GPA. It's not too late to turn that around. You could have did 1,000 things that were wrong and messed up and took the wrong classes. It's never too late to turn course. You could always stop and stop what you're doing that caused you to go down that wrong path. And just another thing that my grandfather always told me, he said, whenever you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. And I always remember that it is never too late. Just stop continuing down that path that you're on to change course. And a lot of times in this world, in this tech world, the word pivot has come up a lot, and people talk about pivoting, and you apply that to your own life, and you can always pivot. You can always change directions and think about a new course of action and do what you have to do. So that's my one piece of advice for young folks. Whatever you're doing, it might right now, I know whatever decision you made yesterday seems like the worst decision in the world. It's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? And when you're my age, you'll look at that and say, wow, I was worried about that, so it's never too late.
Thank you, Hassan. Anybody else want to go?
Yes, I wanted to go with the age thing, like Hassan did, but I understand, like, it can be really frustrating. Like, your family don't understand you because you want different, like your family knew the things in 80s, 90s. Everything is different now. Don't feel frustrated. It's hard. I know. I hear you. It is really hard, but nothing is impossible. As long as if you want it from the bottom of your heart, whatever you want, it will come to you. Like Hassan said, yes, his example was great, but I want to also mention that I learned my second language when I was 28. I'm still struggling at some point, but I can at least tell people who I am or what am I doing. So these are really important things. If I think about like 10 years ago, I could never imagine myself living in a different country and speaking different language or being in a panel that I would talk. These are not impossible. So as long as if we can dream it, if we can believe in yourself, everything will be okay. You just have to be patient. Just give it some time. Families, yes, they're annoying, but they're the best people in your life. They will be always loving you. So just, that's what I could say.
Kudos to you too on that.
Dave or TT, one tip for youth today to get past any challenges that they face?
I feel like you two gave pretty great advice.
Okay.
I think I'm still a youth, but one thing I would say to my little sister is like, reach out if you need help. That's my biggest advice that I'm starting to take now, because like, young students will be struggling and be like so nervous to reach out and ask for help from anybody. So I would say just reach out if you need help, because you are not alone in whatever struggle you might be going through.
Absolutely. Just like mine goes kind of what TT's saying. Mine is just like rest when needed and grow when needed. So it's essentially listening to your body and knowing at what point where it's okay, this is enough growth for this year. I'm just going to take the rest of the year off and rest. And that's okay. Knowledge is always there where you could always learn. You always have these opportunities. Maybe not always, but like you always there's always room to improve, but you have to be there to actually improve. So take your time and listen to your body and get your rest when needed and grow when needed. And do not be afraid to reach out to either reach out to grow, like networking, or reach out to rest, as in what TT said, like reaching out to people who can actually help you. So that's the summary of it. Grow when needed, rest when needed.
Thank you, Favor. And TT did have to excuse herself. It's the first day of her semester, and she had a class to start at 3 p.m. today. So that was the last question from the audience, and that concludes our panel today from Stories of the Pandemic. I want to thank you all again for tuning in, for watching, and so all the panelists, TT, Favor, Ganka, and Hassan, thank you so much for your presence, and just sharing your stories and your impact is really, really going to touch another life. So thank you again, and to all, heal on.
Thank you for having me.
I want to thank Dominique Graham and the panelists for an awesome conversation. Here is one of those things where I don't have anything else to say but what Dominique said. Heal on. Thank you those who have been following us this morning and through most of the day in the 6th annual National Day of Racial Healing at Rutgers University, Newark. At this particular moment, we are going to end our day session. But please come back for our closing celebration, our closing ceremony. Every year we end the National Day of Racial Healing with a spoken word musical performance event from students, community, residents, people who just believe in sharing a good word. We will return at 6 p.m., same place, same location, for the closing ceremony, closing session of the National Day of Racial Healing at Rutgers University, Newark, Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon and hope to see you again at 6 p.m.